please silence the phone. Also turn your mics on. You need to go to the restroom because we are going to be here for a extended period of time before break. Then feel free to slip out and to do that. Remember, we are here to receive information today. We're not here to vote on any budget of any kind. So be ready to ask questions. And those presenting, please come forward and present your request and your needs fully to the committee. At this time, is there anybody wishing to address the Budget Committee at this time? Ms. Norwood?
Thanks for looking at me. Linda Noe, Joe Stevens Road. Once again, a budget time, and you're looking at what you're spending, what you're taking in, and how you're going to spend. I'm pleased to see that this agenda actually shows public comments, because that was not shown on one of the agendas on the website. I'm also pleased to see that you're taping the meeting, as your rules say you will do on committee meetings. What I ask is that you look at your budget, your ever-increasing revenue, the ever-increasing revenue for many of the departments here, such as the schools and others, and be responsible. Treat it as though it were your budget, and don't be wasteful. It's nice to be able to spend money. We all love to spend money. But this is not your personal money. This is the people's money. And not everyone is as fortunate as others, as we found out with the RV and camper issue and other matters. So I ask that you be extremely conservative in your spending. It seems we're very conservative in our revenues, but let's be equally as conservative in our spending and preserve the people's money and take care of it as you would your own. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to address the Budget Committee? Seeing none, move on to item 3, old business, and we do not have any. Item 4 is new business, and at this time I would ask Mr. Arnold Bunch, Superintendent of Schools, please come forward and present.
Okay, so good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here today to brief you on the Hamlin County Department of Education budget for 2025-2026. I'm also happy to have our board chair and 2 of our board members here to support what we're doing. I want to start with a sincere thank you for your continuing support of education in Hamlin County. The board's vision is shaping Hamlin County's future one student at a time, and without your financial and other resource support, we cannot make that happen. So thank you very much for that. This budget is built to live within the amount that we expect to receive. But unlike past years, I don't think I've ever asked you for additional funds. This year I am going to ask for more. The budget is predominantly guided by the governor's mandated starting teacher salary, inflation, and requirements that have had to be added either because of what we need within the school or unfunded mandates out of the state. I'm going to try to move quickly through this, but as was encouraged, please stop me whenever you want to ask. I'd rather get them handled as we go through. And I'm driving, so let me make sure I get through it. Okay, 21 January of this year, ribbon cutting at the new Lincoln Elementary. Great event, beautiful, modern facility. We're awaiting the closeout of some contract actions and having discussions with you, and then my intent is whatever funds we have left over out of that will return to the county so that we're good stewards of the funds that you provided us, since you provided the money to be able to go do that. This is pictures of the work that started at Meadowview. This is part of the Meadowview and Lincoln Middle renovation project. This is underway to create a safer and a better learning environment for our middle school students. The bond associated with this is concentrates on this, and it definitely demonstrates your ability or your commitment to education in Hamlin County, and is very important. This is the facility that we bought and we're renovating right now next to Miller Boyd. That's also done out of the budget that we have. We started this because when I got here, we identified the need that we needed better facilities to make sure we could house not only our middle and our high school students, but we needed to reintroduce elementary students into Miller Boyd for alternative school. This facility will be ready for the next school year. This will be the first time that the students that have been at Miller Boyd will have a cafeteria and not have the foods trucked into them every day. And to me, that's a much better way to take care of our students, shows them how valuable they are, and this is going to be a great facility. This is our Welcome Center that you established. This is at OLA. You funded this in last year's budget to support the many newcomers that we see coming in. This is another picture. This picture on the left is of our people helping a family that has come in. Since the stand-up, they've helped over 100 families. Right now we think the number is 108 from 11 different countries. They've enrolled students in 11 different schools. And when I say 108 families, that does not mean 108 students. Many of those families come in, they have kids in multiple schools. We can get them registered in one location. We had one family come in with 5 kids, and we registered them in all kinds of different schools to make sure they were able to do that. They've also played a key role in helping us re-enroll kids for the next school year. We had over 320 students that are already enrolled in the next school year, and they've supported them. And they've even supported English-speaking families because they were having difficulty going through the process. But because this is such a great resource to help, they've actually gone in and gotten help that way. Other things they've done to support schools, they've done home visits, they've done school registration, of course, they've done address verification, they've signed kids up for tutoring. They've also registered parents for English classes. They've referred adults to the American Job Center for GED or employment opportunities. And they've interacted with families to provide contacts for medical, dental, mental health, utilities, all those things that, as we talked about it, we wanted them to be able to do to integrate into our community more effectively, and it's worked the way that we all wanted it to work. It's been very successful with what we've done. SROs, the two gentlemen on the left, those are 2 of our last 3 SROs that we are hiring. The other one is in training. These are the ones that you provided the funding for the elementary schools that have 2 buildings. And we're very happy with that. The right is a screenshot from our active shooter drill. We learned across the county and emergency responders a lot of lessons out of that. The number one lesson that was relearned or re-emphasized, the number one thing you got to have is you got to have SRO in the building. The day we did that exercise, in under 2 minutes, SRO on scene engaged the shooter. Okay? And so it's a great deterrent. They help us as they familiarize themselves with the kids. They listen to what's going on and they understand what's happening. I even told one of them that they have made it because they show up on Waze. So if you're driving going out by Witt and you're there, it'll tell you there's police reported ahead. And I love it because it means everybody knows they're there and it keeps everybody on alert. And that's the best deterrent we can have, is having that car out in front. When I got here, we had 4 SROs. 2 of those were city, 2 of those were county. We were paying $150,000 for the 2 city ones. And we had 4 SSOs. Those were our own individuals working in the schools. Today, we have 22 in the schools. We have 1 in training. It'll take it to 23. And the bottom line of all those slides and pictures is just to say thank you. We couldn't have done those things on our own, and we appreciate the partnership and all the support that you have provided. Step into our school nutrition program budget. Community eligibility provision is still in place. We have 3 more years that since we've applied that we'll be doing free breakfast and lunch for every student. The other part I want to stress with our school nutrition program, they're not only serving us, but they're also serving the community. So they're doing a lot for summer feeding. They're doing normal things like summer school, extended school program, Boys and Girls Club, Girls Inc. They're doing it for Morristown Landing this year, 4-H camp, both football teams. The other one they're adding this year is they're doing, to provide support to the community, drive-through bulk feeding. What that is, at East Ridge, Witt, and Westview, they will set up, cars drive through, any kids or anyone under the age 18, they will get enough food for 7 days, breakfast and lunch. And we're going to do that every week till otherwise told. We'll get reimbursed for all that. We'll make a little more to add into that, but that still is something we have not historically done to support the community, that our school nutrition program is stepping up and doing more than they have before. This is where they're at with their fund balance and what it takes for 3-month operating expenditures. That is the excess balance that they have. This balance can only be used for school nutrition. I cannot raid this to go fix any other problem. I can't touch this for anything else. This is only to handle what we've got in the school nutrition program. This is the strategy of what we're going to look at to be able to use that excess fund balance. There is one item here that was on here previously, but I want to point it out again because I don't want anybody that didn't remember from last year. The food truck is not a food truck like you're used to, pulling up to it and going up and ordering a hamburger or a taco or anything else. This is a food truck to go to the schools, get the food hot, take it to where the kids are, so the teachers and the staff don't have to load it up in their cars, try to take it out. And we're using it as a methodology to provide better support for the teachers and the staff that are out on field trips or doing things out of the school. Bristol is the model we're looking at. Those discussions didn't get as far last year as we wanted to spend that money, but we're in those dialogues right now and talking with 3 different vendors to possibly provide that. Federal grants. Where we are planning right now is that our FY26 allocations will remain level. I mean, what we know for now, and as we go into the year, if that changes, then we may have to make some adjustments and we'll work that out. And if we need to, come back to you for help. But right now, we're not planning on that. This is all planned to be handled internally. Future allocations are very uncertain due to the potential changes with the federal government and the U.S. Department of Education. We have seen some of the reports from the budget that the president submitted. I believe the words he's used is a skinny budget. That has quite a few areas that we normally receive funds that are not specified, meaning they've not told what and how much money is going to go into those. There are some, though, that we do have programs with that we already know the proposed budget is a 0. And so we will have to regroup when that becomes finalized, if that gets passed over into law. As an example, one of those is English language acquisition. Previous year, that was $890 million. The proposal for next year is that number will be 0. And so that is something that we will just have to adjust to. We don't have enough fidelity in it to make a plan. We're already looking at options and what we would do, but that's kind of why that's on our radar screen. I briefed you this last year, and it hasn't changed. We did have a finding of disproportionality. Of significant disproportionality. What that means is we have a demographic group that is overrepresented in special needs and it's more represented than what you would expect based on the demographics of that student population overall in the district. And for us, that is in our Black or African American student category. As a result of that finding of disproportionality, they mandate that a certain amount of money has to be set aside. We can't use it in our day-to-day ops. It gets set aside from our budget, and we're to use that to try to bring in programs so that we will not over-identify and have some other safeguards in place. Until we get that straightened out, we will continue to have this. We are working it, and we're trying to evaluate our students to see if there are any other changes that need to be made. The bottom line of this is these are man hours. This is work. That's what this is, and we have to find a way to absorb it within our budget and in the year of execution as those requirements come up. This is our proposed revenue budget. This is not dramatically, actually it's only fractions different than than what we showed you last year, and shows the state at about almost 69%, local share at about 23%. This is our general fund proposed expenditure budget. The area here that has changed is the amount that is in our salaries and benefits has gone up. And one of the factors that plays into that is when they passed the voucher bill, they passed part of that included a $2,000 bonus for all certified classroom. That's $1.866 million that's coming in. That counts in this stream. And then the other part I will brief later is that I proposed the bonus for the other individuals, and the board approved that work in Hamlin County, and that is $718,000+. When you add those two in and you look at what that is in salaries and benefits, that then makes that number much bigger than what it was. I say much bigger, 2% bigger than what it was in the previous year. Last year, I didn't go into a whole lot of detail about the Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement. I do want to take a little bit of time on this today, and I'm going to show you a chart, and then what I'm going to do is I'll even come back to this chart later as I explain why I'm asking for additional funds. This is a little bit of a refresher for everybody. This is the base amount. That is the multiplier for everything you do in the rest of the chart. That is $7,295 per student. And then it is $7,295 times every one of these percents that we're in a cost share. And then this column is all the students that fall into the category of the unique learning need or economically disadvantaged, or these categories. When you look at this chart, everything above direct is a cost share between state and local. Everything direct and below, which includes outcome funds, those are funds only provided by the state. Local has no contribution into what those dollars are. One area this year that's a little bit different, and we have some other numbers that are a little bit different, but those are because we had some unique learning need 2. We had more than 100 reduction in that category, but we had a bunch of kids that were English language learners that had finished that and they moved out. We went up by almost 140-ish in unique learning need 5. We had a large number of English language learning kids come in, and that is the most demanding need for what we need to do. Those are the two major changes, other than the economically disadvantaged. Our economically disadvantaged number is about 100 less than what it was last year. The governor and the legislative body made a decision that they would make up 75% of that difference. So we will not face the full cost difference that would be associated there. They're adding back in 75% of what that difference would be. So it's not as big of a deal for us in the budget. This is the chart that calculates what local contribution would be. It's done through a series, 2 different models They run, and then they take 50% of one model, 50% of the other model, and they add those together, and they calculate up what the local contribution would be based on fiscal capacity. Not planning on going into a great deal of detail about the models and all that, because I'll quickly get lost in the numbers. The two things I want you to see, if you look, this would show that the local contribution minimum would be $22,897,578.39. That is $692,000 more than the local contribution that was calculated last year through TISA. And I have a but here because you're already funding us at $27,356,000 plus. That's what you've been giving us as a maintenance of effort. And I'll show you later in a chart how that has looked and why that has created a bit of an issue for us. Okay? This is stage setter for how this gets worked and for me to talk later about what we're trying to do. Teacher salary increase. As everyone knows, the governor mandated that the men starting teacher salary by the 26-27 had to be $50,000. This year, the men that we could get have to start as a salary is $47,000. This is where we're at. As we went into this year and last year's budget, we made a couple of decisions. We increased and gave a pay raise, but what we also did to make sure our starting teacher salary was more, we added $1,500 to the bachelor's pay scale to raise that starting teacher salary up to get us closer to $50,000. We did that because we weren't sure what revenues were going to be and how much money we were going to have going forward to the future, and we were trying to get ahead of what we needed to do. This year, and it's coming later, but I'll go ahead and hit this up front. That is what we have proposed as a pay raise is 2%. If we do 2%, we are only going to be given, we're not even given a $1,000 pay raise to our starting teacher salary. And if we do that 2 years in a row, we're going to be just over the men's starting teacher salary by $274. When we started this process, we were $2,900 above the state minimum. And it was pretty easy for me to go talk to people about being an employer of choice. That's a little harder sell when you're $274 above the men's starting teacher salary. So that's a stage setter for what I got to talk about later. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back one. And then you can see if we, because I'm going to ask for more money, and the first thing I'm going to ask for is to put it into salary. You can see if we get another %, it would drive it up over the next 2 years. It would drive it up over 51, and that makes it an easier conversation for me to have. And if I need to, I'll come back to this chart when we get into the later discussion. Here is the proposed budget. It is a 2% pay raise for all staff. The board signed the appropriate resolution to get the state to give us the money for our teachers that meet the criteria from the legislative body of being in the classroom. As I said earlier, that's about that's a little over $1,866,000 that'll be coming to us from the state for that sole purpose. And then we added in out of outcome funds. I want to make sure everybody remembers what outcome funds are. Outcome funds are money straight from the state based on how we did in certain criteria through the school year. Those are not local contribution numbers. Those are one-time, non-recurring dollars. That's why I didn't try to roll those into more of a pay raise, because I'm not guaranteed I'm going to have those later on. So I just want to make sure you understand outcome funds. I'm not taking general funds that the county and the state splits. I'm taking funds that we generated through what our kids did. They're one-time use funds. That's what we're paying the extra bonus out of to our staff. This does keep us on track for meeting the governor's mandated men's starting teacher salary. Last year, I promised our master's degree and above staff that we had given $1,500 on the bachelor's scale. I would this year promise to go back and look at the master's scale so that the difference between those two scales went up a little bit more, if at all possible. And we also have to meet, there's a state mandate on how far those have to be apart. And by adding $500 to everyone on that salary scale, then we will make sure that we're meeting all those, and I'm being true to my word back to the staff to make sure they understand we're looking out for them, take care of them. Because last year, I did not evenly treat our team. That was an intentional decision, and I told them what I was having to do based on the monies that we had. The other thing that this does, it funds item that we had to take out of fund balance last year. Examples of those items, we had additional English second language teachers that were required to be at the state's 1:35 ratio, so we had to add additional teachers. We had behaviors that were extreme, beyond what we had seen. I had to go bring in additional special ed teacher assistants to put in those classrooms to try to control those kids and make that a safer learning environment for everybody involved. And we also had to increase the amount of money that we were spending for behaviorists. A lot of that is contracted, and we go out and bring services in. The behaviors were to the point that we had to add enough money to cover a full individual all the time, because countywide the behaviors were to the point we're not taking care of the kids on the basis we need to handle the emergencies that are popping up. And what we're now trying to do is have one individual that we can send to the school where the crisis is that the kid's having the meltdown. The other part that covers are the unfunded mandates out of the state. The state put us on a new background check law last year. They didn't give us any money to implement that. And the state mandated a whole lot of additional substitute training that we needed to do, to the point that we were having to bring every one of our substitutes in for a half a day. I can't just mandate that. I needed to pay them for that time. It covers that as well. That's now part of our general budget. Those are what I'm talking about when I talk about those deals. This year, we're going to make a shift to a longevity bonus versus what we have today. Today, if you work in the Hamlin County Department of Education and you get that 30 years and you've had 10 years working with us, if you're a certified individual, we will give you either 3 payments of $3,500 over a 3-year period, or 2 payments of $4,500 over a 2-year period. What this would do is shift to anyone that is certified that goes beyond year 30, they would get a $500 bonus. The schools are not producing enough teachers to fill the pipeline. I need to be encouraging teachers to stay, not incentivizing them to leave by giving them money. This is a transition to this. It's going to cost us about $38,000 over the next couple of years, but once we get it implemented, it will actually probably save us money. And the reason it'll cost is I'm doing a $500 incentive for those that stay, but I'm still paying out for those few that we still owe money to under the previous program. The other one we're putting in place this year is a $500 attendance bonus for teachers. If they only use 2 of their comp days or 2 of their personal days, we'll give them $500 at the end of the year. Preponderance of that will be paid for out of our substitute budget. I just rather have teachers in there, and I'm trying to encourage them to be there versus having as many substitutes in. We are going to have a 3-teacher reduction that is purely due to enrollment. We run the numbers of what's the state mandate, how many kids per class based on the ages, and it differs as you go up and down. We look at every one of the schools every year, and the net this year will be 3. We have 5 schools that, because of classroom enrollment, we would take a teacher away from those schools. We have 2 schools that the enrollment has gone up, and they're going to get teachers. We're not going to fire anybody. We're not going to immediately cut anybody. It'll be done through attrition, and if they have a vacant position, we just won't allow them to fill that vacant position, and they'll have to shuffle. Principals have all been notified. As you can imagine, they're not overly thrilled with that, but they've all been notified, and it is one that we're doing. Yes, ma'am.
On this behavior issue, how is it that these students are not just taking the Miller Boyd?
Miller Boyd is not actually, that's a great question, ma'am, and one that I am trying to balance. Miller Boyd is actually not staffed to handle kids with as many behavioral problems as what we're seeing, and I don't have the ability to do that. We have what we call the Transition Academy, which we run out of Manly. What that is for our most severe behavior cases for kids, we try to take them there, give them intense work through, run by Christy Lawson. We run them through that, but we can only handle about 5 or 6 kids because of the intensity of that. Many of these kids, their behaviors are so extreme and they will go off, and we can't send them all to Miller Boyd. 3 weeks ago, I had a teacher get headbutted. She got concussed. She suffered from PTSD. She's out for the remainder of the year on workers' comp, and the TA in that class immediately quit that night. I have already sent a note out to all of the staff earlier this year because this is one of the hardest issues I'm trying to balance. We want to try to do inclusion, meaning have as many of the special ed kids, many of the behaviors are in that area. We want them in the classroom as much as we can because we know they learn better when they're near those, and we're holding the high standard and we're trying to work with them. Keeping them in there with that becomes a balancing act. That's what we're trying to do. I told the staff what we are trying to work. I have even asked the commissioner, what are they doing about it? What laws do we need to change at the federal level so that we can better protect our staff? And even got a call from Representative Eldridge wanting to know what to put in language this year. All across the state, we're facing this, and it is just not one that I can come up with an easy answer to. That's much more than you wanted, but it lets you all understand what we are facing. I've had teachers that have had teeth knocked out. I've had a teacher that was, principal that was spit on and had a tooth chipped. We've had a case where, and this is one where the SROs helped us, we had to restrain a student. It took 3 adults, males, and the only way we were able to finally get the kid restrained was the SRO. My words to the commissioner not yesterday, but last Friday was, you have to do something about this. I can't keep losing teachers and TAs.
Mr. Bunch,
Yes, ma'am.
you were talking about a difference in the enrollment as far as classes. Is that to do with the school voucher system that was passed in order to
I don't think
pay
so
that?
yet, ma'am, and
Okay.
I'll talk about that later. I have vouchers as an area that we got to watch. Right now, I don't believe that's what it is. Our numbers, if we looked at it, I wrote it down as I break something.
Let me be plain with my question.
Yes, ma'am.
I have heard several parents and grandparents talk about they were going to pull their children out and send them to private schools because they did not like what was going on in our school system. So my question to you is, will there be enough difference that you don't need as much money as what you're asking for?
Ma'am, I don't believe so, and here's why I believe that. Right now, when I look at our numbers from last year, the difference in our student enrollment is 34. That's all. That's not a trivial number, but it's not dramatically different than what it was the previous year. The way that I believe this will play, if the vouchers really go and a bunch of people want to do it, number one, I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know what we've done there. I think behaviors has some to do with it, but I don't know what else is going on there to lead to that. Hopefully they're talking to the principals. I have had some that did not like some of the policies, like the personal communication device policy, and they pulled their kids. I'm sorry. That's making a difference, and it's making our education better. If we were to lose students, this has been my concern with vouchers all along, we will not, I don't believe, lose enough in any one grade or at any one school that I'll be able to close down classrooms. So the cost of transportation, the cost of maintenance, the cost of utilities, the number of teachers, the overall infrastructure foundation that we have to be able to educate the kids, I don't see that as changing. If we have less students, that's going to generate less revenue, which may make it even more of a strain on the budget that we have because that foundation is still going to be there. We will look at that, but I don't think there are going to be enough kids leave I'll use John Hay as an example because that's the school I went to. I don't think we're going to lose enough 5th graders in John Hay due to vouchers that I'm going to be able to close down a classroom and reassign a teacher to something else to fill another vacancy. So that's why when I get to the end and it's unknowns, vouchers are a big unknown. We don't know how that's going to play out. What we have said since I got here, we have I told the staff, I think the first principals meeting that I had, where I went over who I was and everything else, we need to take every day as if a private school was being built on the corner across from us, and we need to take whatever steps we need to do now to make it better. And we need to keep improving and getting better. That's been the philosophy since I got here, ma'am. Does that answer your question?
No, not really, but I'll take it. What is
Well,
your,
I can't give you an answer, I don't believe,
Understand, I
because I just
understand.
don't really know. There are too many variables and unknowns right now for what that would be.
well, my concern
Thank you,
is,
Mr. Bunch. You
may I
can
finish
address the
what I was
vouchers.
saying?
We'll let him carry on. We can do the vouchers when he gets to it.
Okay. There are a couple things we did in this to try to make the budget balance. We did reduce our diesel budget. I looked at execution, I looked at the administration and where the prices have been over the last, and I took about $200,000 of risk in that category. The next one is not a move I wanted to make. When I first got here, we went to a 4-year tech refresh for all of our computers. What I've done this year is I've moved it to a 5-year. That freed up about $400,000 to be able to support what we were trying to do. I'd really prefer to see it go to 3 years. What we anticipate with this, if we're unable to get it back to 4, it'll increase repair costs, it'll decrease cybersecurity, it'll decrease the performance of the computers. But again, I had to have the money. My intent here is to, as we go through the year, look at the revenues that are coming in and look at the execution in all of our pots of money to see if there is a way that I can go ahead and buy back to the 4-year tech refresh depending on the dollars that we have available. That's my strategy in that area. We're continuing to fund individual health insurance. That this year was a 7% increase for the individual health insurance. And we also needed to add more toward the family contribution to meet a requirement out of the state, so we added $500 to every family plan. It funds all the inflationary increases for software, funds the increases that we face with property liability, vehicle workers' comp, continues to support all of our CTE programs. That's still running strong. That actually generated more revenues this year than it ever has before in our TISA. We keep going on our regular vehicle replacement so that we don't find ourselves in a bad place like some other districts have, needing to buy a bunch of buses in 1 year. It continues our Grow Your Own program. If you remember, that's the program where we bring our young people in, we pay for their college education, they come and teach for us. We're keeping to do that, but we are making one slight shift. This year, the state offered up a Grow Your Own psychologist program. Psychologists is one of the biggest needs that we have. I have 3 vacancies right now on my staff for a school psychologist. The University of Tennessee, I don't think, produces 3 a year, and that's my own requirement. So what they started this year is you can put someone in that, you pay for their education, their final credentialing, they come back and work for you for 5 years. We have nominated someone into that program. We're actually looking to see if we can find a second. But the goal is to address a critical need by doing that and getting a 5-year payback out of somebody so that we can reap the benefits. And then we had to pay for some additional things that had been paid by federal funds previously. Capital projects. This is the list of capital projects. I'm not really intending to go over each and every one of these. There are a couple of items that I do want to specifically point out. In our push for safety, Raptor, right now the way we do Raptor, we use Raptor at the high schools and the middle schools. Raptor is an entry control system that when you come in the schools, you present an ID. That ID, we don't store the data, we don't do any of that. I've had some people accuse us of doing that. What it does is takes that ID, goes to the National Sexual Predator Registry, determines if we have someone that falls into that category so that we will not admit them into our school. Okay? We do not have that today in our elementary schools. This puts it in the elementary schools. Okay? What this also does is it prints out a unique name tag and visitors must wear it. And that way, when we're walking through the hallways and we've got our SROs, we can more easily identify those people that should not be in the school at that time. So that is one of the items that we're putting in there. The other one that we're putting in there is an emergency alert system. Okay, that is basically a panic button that would go on everybody, all the staff. So that the teacher has a medical emergency or a threat situation or something else, they can punch a button, we'll get a response to them even quicker. They don't have to dial the phone, they don't have to do any of those things. Those are a couple of examples of things we're trying to do with a continued focus on keeping our students and staff safe. Number one priority, okay? Not up here, but one that just started kind of going this week that I think I should tell you about. Mr. Carpenter came and saw me this week. We are going to go ahead and try to get the links for our video feeds connected to the 911 call center. They would pull that up if they had an alarm or an emergency, and they would be able to view those. They would be view only. They would never record them. But we're starting those dialogues. Our hope is that we'll have that in place as we start the next school year. So the only other one I'll point out here is the one that's in green. That is one of the two projects that was identified through the Energy Efficient Schools Initiative study that many of you got an update on. The total of those two projects is about $2.1 million. And what we want to do, given that we've now awarded the contract for Meadowview and Lincoln renovation, and we've got the modular temporary work under contract for Meadowview, we want to come back to you and see if we can use the additional funds to be able to pay for those one-time things out of the $13.5 million bond money that you all gave us. Those are one-time, those are single-point failures that if they go down, we're going to be in big trouble for quite a while. Okay. The other one that I was asked to look at there is go look at John Hay and what it would take to enclose those classrooms. I have gotten the initial cost estimate. The high estimate of that was about $3.2 million. We're building all those together to look. We would have to relocate the students out of John Hay for a year to make that work. I'm working with a team to build a plan on that. We owe you more information. I just want you to know I didn't forget about it. We're continuing to work it to come back. This is where I go into a couple of things to consider. This is back to the chart that I briefed you earlier. I'm not going to go into great detail again. The only reminder I will have here again is everything above direct is a cost share between the state and local, is the way that TISA was envisioned. If you look at, since TISA was initiated, the initial TISA amount was $6,860. The next year it went up to $70.75. Now this year it's up to $72.95. I draw your attention to the sub-bullet. The base increases are intended to support teacher pay raise mandates, inflation, and other employee benefit increases. And I also want to stress that last line, they are not intended to cover unfunded mandates. So when the legislative body passes a law that we're going to teach another class or we're going to change something, we get no money to support that. We're eating that out of hide with what we're trying to do, and I have brought that to the attention of all three of our elected representatives at the state level. But this is the amount that number would go up. If you look at this, that would mean you would be increasing from the beginning of where we were $435 times every one of these numbers to get a difference of what that increase would cover if you go backwards 2 years. This is a chart that shows your maintenance of effort and a chart that shows the state calculated maintenance of effort. If you look, since 21-22, you have been funding us at $27,356,092. That has stayed consistent. There was, prior to my arrival, you gave a one-time additional money to the superintendent. That went away the next year, and I don't think I've asked you for any additional money either of the last 2 years in the general budget. I have asked for special things like the bond for Lincoln, that's above and beyond. I don't see that as exactly the same. If you look at 23-24, that's when we started TISA. The calculated maintenance of effort decreased, and quite honestly, that was what the state told you. That was how they sold TISA to everybody. I'm not going to go to the chart, but in your books, the first chart after question and answer is the chart that the state showed you to sell TISA to the funding bodies. That was their selling chart so that they would show you the maintenance of effort wasn't going up. Here's the problem that's created. We were already spending at $27+ million before we went into TISA. Okay, we were already spending that money. It was already in our budget. You didn't reduce that. And when I look now at, we have a mandated teacher pay raise that we've got to go from in the $42,000 to $43,000 up. We've got no additional local revenue that's come in to help support what we're trying to do there. That's the point I'm trying to draw to today. Here is where we have been and where we rack and stack, and why this is one that I think is worthy of your attention, because we're going to have to decide what kind of a school district we want in Hamlin County. If you go back and look, the way the chart is, the years, the salary, the state minimum, the difference, that state ranking, the Tennessee Educators Association collects data from across the state, and they rank in about 6 different categories. I only included 2. Bachelor's with nothing beyond salary for a district against all others. And then they do an overall, what is your district's pay compared to the rest in the state. So this is a ranking of from, and now today it is 1 to 149. Where are we relative to all the other districts in the state? And if you look, we've been in the 50s and low 60s. I draw your attention to what we did last year. For starting teacher salary, which is what I characterize as the bachelor's only, we moved from 61st all the way to 43rd. We did that not just by a pay raise. As I told you earlier, we added $1,500 to that pay scale for all bachelors. So we made a conscious effort to try to drive that. On the overall for the state, though, we dropped to 62nd, okay? And with a 2% pay raise this year, while we will still be above that minimum, that difference between the men and where we are is going to decrease. And if we do it again in the following year, we're going to end up only $274 above the men teacher salary. I worry these numbers are going to get higher, meaning we're dropping lower in the state rankings. And if we do that, that's going to make it harder for us to draw in the talent we need to be the educators that we want for our kids. That's the point of the chart. If you go back and look at that $435 and you looked at what that would be if we got the local share, there are 2 different methodologies you can do this. One of those would be you do the fiscal capacity, and if you did the fiscal capacity and you went through the math, and this is more of a calculator and it's not a straight line math, it would equate to roughly $1.366 million. If you did it as straight math and 24% that the local share normally is, it's closer to $2 million, okay? I'm not asking for $2 million. That, to me, I can't do that based on where we're at. I am asking consideration for the 1.365. Unknowns, vouchers. We do not yet know what the impact of the vouchers are going to be. We know there are a limited number that are going to be applied. Despite what many have stated in advertisements and in news interviews about this giving an opportunity for students with special needs to be able to go into private schools and do all that, the reality of it is they're not admitting those students. If you look at the way that law was written, they do not have to change any of their admissions criteria, any of their hiring criteria, any of their creed, any of their curriculum, or anything else. They don't have to do any of those. So we had one student this year that was a special needs student that the parents said, I'm going to pull my kid out and I'm going to get him into private school. She couldn't do it. They wouldn't take the kid because of the unique learning needs that the student had. The private schools have the ability to say no very easily. We open the doors and we welcome everybody in, and we do the best we can to educate them. How that plays out right now, I just don't know. We're going to continue to try to get better. There is an effort, and you're going to see what I would use $1.365 million. Let me rephrase that. What the board has agreed we would use $1.365 million for. And we've got to do a better job. I've got to do a better job of communicating what we're doing within the district. Yes, sir, Mr. Tron.
I think one of the things, looking at the voucher problem also, we always pick on Lakeway Academy because it's in our area. They only have finite capacity. And, you know, you're looking at Greene County, Cocke County, Jefferson County, Hamlin County. All these surrounding counties are commuter to that school. So they're going to draw from each of those, and they have a limited capacity. So it's not like we're going to have a mass exodus of students leaving to go there.
They cherry pick.
I agree with that.
You cherry pick for students.
I agree with that, and they will hand pick the kids that they take.
Yes.
I got that. The concern that I raised to some of our elected officials, and again, the voucher bill is passed. I'm not whining about the voucher bill. That was a decision made by elected officials. Our school board signed a resolution against it. The decision by the state was that's where we're going. I've told all my people, stop talking about it. We're not worried about it. We just got to do the best we can and keep moving forward. But one of the comments I did make to one of our elected officials before it was voted on is, you have now created a growth industry, private school. How are you going to regulate it? And what are you going to do? And not sure they're thought that far down the road of how they're going to regulate it, what kind of a competition this is going to create for teachers. We already know that the number of people that are coming out of the universities with teaching credentials is going down. And so there's a whole plethora of unknowns here right now. And so this is just to let you know, I don't know what this is going to do to us. We're going to monitor it. The way we start every year, we do 10 days of every day getting the number of kids. I run different things on spreadsheets to look at how we're doing relative to where we were the year before to see what changes we've got and is it what we anticipated. I'll be doing that start of the year, next year even more religiously to figure out where we're at. Unfunded legislative mandates.
Mr. Bunch.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Ms. Green, you go ahead and finish your question you had a while ago real quick.
Thank you. Let me change my question. He addressed what I was wondering. You haven't gotten it in, I haven't seen it, so if you have, please enlighten me. I'm also hearing that several of them are going to teach at home because of everything that's available online. Have you got any information on that as to how that's going to affect you?
I have not. I will tell you that one of the items that I considered as a revenue source was to start this year a virtual school. Mr. Smith researched that for me based on the inconsistencies of how it was being done in every district that we talked to and the potential loss. If we got students who were homeschooled that went to a virtual public school, there's a chance we could generate some revenues beyond and we would be able to pay some of the things we need to do. If I lose kids that are in high school to go do virtual public school, I really don't gain anything. In fact, I hurt myself. And so the inconsistencies with how it was being done, no clear idea of how successful we might be, looking at some districts that have done this as a revenue source because they didn't get additional support from the local funding body, who are now on a focus or a watch list because the performance of the kids is so poor. Weighing all those things out, I pulled the plug and said, I'm willing to go look at this next year. I feel like I'm rushing into a decision, and I want to make sure I think through it a little bit more before I take that next step. There is a possibility next year when I come here, I will tell you that we're going to go do this. We got too close to the end in trying to jam it through that I just did not feel I had enough information to make the proper decision or a well-informed decision.
Thank you.
Answer your question?
Yes, sir, more
Thank you,
than
Ms.
gladly,
Budge.
and thank you.
Okay. Tariffs. I put that on there not to try to scare anybody and not to make a political statement. I'll just give you the one example. We were trying to buy computers. We had a bid. You all fortunately approved an amendment, and we got the company that had given us the bid to hold to the bid they gave us. If they hadn't have done that, it was going to be more than $450,000 to buy the same computers. That was what the company was telling us. So we just got to be aware there's some unknown things that are out there, and I already talked about federal funding.
Mr. Bunn?
Yes, sir.
Question. With the unknowns here, what Mr. Hahn brought up with the vouchers, is there anything in place at this point where we would have an idea that we'll be losing so many students?
Nope.
Nothing?
Have nothing. Best indication I'm going to have of that is when we get into the start of the enrollment and the first day after we come back from Labor Day weekend. Every school gives us, sends to central office attendance in every classroom, and we look at how many kids do we have. The way that I look at it, how many total do we have, but I also look at how many kindergartners did we have last year and how many first graders we have this year. So did they cross over and did we keep them as they went? The trend area that we've seen probably, that I believe is the trend we're seeing the most of, we're losing some juniors and seniors. The rest of them, it's pretty much following the trend of the number of kids that are coming in. Budget needs not met. I'm not giving the raise that I really wanted to. You may think it's minor about athletic directors. Our athletic directors do a lot of work. Our stipends for that are woefully out of balance with what Jeff County, Hawkins County, you name it around us. We're out of sync, and I couldn't address it in the budget. One of the two items that I specifically asked for and wanted to consider, we're leaving money, I believe, on the table for grant writing. Hawkins County hired a grant writer, and they said that that individual paid their salary in 2 months for the year because of the revenues they generated in to help the programs. And right now, we do not have as good of a communications program as I need, and right now I'm not pointing at anybody other than me. I had meetings yesterday with our career and technical education people to get started after this. But right now, in many cases, people are turning to me to be the communications director. And that's a little hard to be the superintendent and the communications director. And that's an area that I'm not hitting the mark on quite the way I need to. And I've got ideas of what I'm going to do, but I did not decide based on the amount of money that we had this year. I couldn't justify doing that when I wasn't given the pay raise that I wanted to. I put on this originally, no additional personnel for schools. We are going to add one CDC TA. For those that may not remember CDC, those are our highest needs, special needs students. And this goes back again to a behavior problem. But I'm taking that right now out of outcome funds, so I'm taking risks. Those are non-recurring funds, but I'm paying for that out of this and not taking it out of the general fund. So that's kind of why I felt comfortable. My original ask in that area for people was over, it's almost $4 million. I was asked by the staff for 19 teacher assistants, 17 and a half teachers, 2 assistant principals, and many others to be added to it, and we didn't add any of those. The only one we've added is because of behaviors. We've added one teacher assistant specifically for special ed, and I added that at the very last minute with the board giving me approval to do that, and I'm taking it out of non-recurring funds and assuming risk for how I would do that in the future for the general fund. Pending your question, no, one more slide. If we were to get the additional dollars, this is where the board has agreed that we would spend it. And I think these address areas. The one I do want to draw your attention to is the box. This was given to our finance team when they went to a finance conference at the state level. All districts are struggling right now to figure out how to get to the 50,000 starting salary based on the TISA rules that are there. So this is to let you know that I'm not the only one that's coming to you and going, hey, we're having a hard time making this work. The CDC teacher assistant, what this would do, that would take it out of outcome funds and put it into the general fund. I got to go do that one anyway. I can't. We've got some students that are transitioning. If I don't do this, I'm going to be setting a principal up for a bad time. So I got to do this one. Any questions?
I have one.
Yes, ma'am.
I know, if I remember correctly, I think our Hamlin County mayor has a grant writer full-time on staff. Is there any chance we could share with you to save you some money?
I haven't asked that question, and I've not gone down that path.
Okay,
What I would do with this, if I do this, it'll be part-time. They'll do both.
okay.
And what I will want that individual to do, I want to give them the ideas, but I've already given the career and technical education. I want to capitalize on our students and help them as they try to do what they're doing in their class to support our district better and our community better by getting more stories out there and do some things that the board has highlighted they would like to do, and some other areas. I spent about 30 minutes with them yesterday. They got to come back to me in a couple of weeks so that they can tell me where they think they are, but I don't know that that's enough when you get into a crisis. So.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, you gave us where you ranked on just salary. What benefits? Because salary and benefits have got to go
Salary and
together.
benefits are both. Benefits, I would say we are, I know we're better than Hawkins. I know we're better than Jeff.
Better than most.
Actually, when we put all that in the gonculator this year, whatever reason, it did not show. There is a scale that shows that. For some reason, our number didn't show in that. It is one that's very important. That's why we added the $500 to the family plan, because on the individuals, we pay it all. So we added that to continue to do that. That's also why I wanted to add a couple of the other bonuses. I want some people to see some benefits of coming in and try to draw them in.
Anyone else?
Okay, again, thank you all for your strong support of what we're doing. And if there are questions, please let us know what they are. And then, Amanda, if there are really detailed questions, you talk to that guy, because I'm not the detailed guy. Thank you all very much.
I want to thank Mr. Bunch and the board for being here today. Thank you very much, and Mr. Ladd, too. Since we are running just a few minutes ahead of time, we're going to take about a 5 to 6 minute break and for the restroom, we'll come back.
I mentioned an email. Snacks and lunch. You didn't see the email? There was a lot of them I didn't get. I went to
Yes.
like I told
I think you did.
They have snacks over there and chips.
Not chips, crackers and chocolate.
Pardon me. We go out to eat, Ann wants hot fudge cake. We went over to the woodshed, then that went up in August. We've been here for the last 5 weeks, every Friday, Saturday.
Hey,
Yeah.
Here, Wayne, do you want a water?
No, I brought my own. I came prepared.
Thank you.
that white lightning, is
Thank
that a
you
drink?
anyway. But now you're talking about that. We need some
that a
changes.
drink?
You shouldn't have to go to the top of the ladder to get something done.
Got entertainment below it.
Well, I tell you what bothers me. They work 9 months, right? They make more than a doggone SRA that works year-round. Shut up, Edna.
We'll come back into order. We'll move to next section. That will be Ms. Amanda Hale.
Section 5.
So we're going to start with trying to go through our budget binders tab by tab. I'm starting because county commission, some of the first tabs in your book will be related to commission, the mayor, and so forth. So if you want to turn in your binders to tab 5, that's county commission. And overall, there is a decrease in the budget related to the fact that I've made some adjustments to do with medical insurance, just to true that up. And before I go on, you'll notice as we go through each budget, there is a new line in each department's budget. It's line 312, contracts with private agency. No, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong line. 317, data processing services. That is related to Microsoft 365. So county emails, the Microsoft suite of products. We have broken that out this year amongst each department. So in years past, all that was lumped together in data processing. But instead of it being as a whole, this year we've broken it out based on the number of users in each department. So you'll see that reoccurring as we go forward, that this data processing services. So I wanted to point that out because that's not just with this budget, but with everyone's budget. The software that you all use to do commission meetings, that's increased this year, so that's the $500 increase for that. That's all I have on county commission. If you'll flip to tab 7, that's the mayor's budget. The state sets the pay amounts for each elected official. So the increase that you see in the first line is state mandated, I will say, set by the state. Overall, a decrease in the mayor's budget because of a change in insurance from the previous mayor to the current mayor. Stop me if you have any questions. If not, I'm just going to move on. The county attorney's budget is on tab 8. It's identical to last year, and that accounts for the pay increase that was voted on by commission last year. Tab 15 is a new line item, and that out to the side in the comments you can see it's Text My Gov. That program is a program that's currently being paid out of the election budget, but it's used by election and circuit court, EMA, and it's a program that can send text out to citizens with updates. The citizens can respond with questions and so forth. So it's more of a county-wide program. So therefore, instead of putting it in one individual department, we've listed it here by itself. So it's not new, it's just in a different place. Okay. Tab 16, we didn't ask Cindy Lane to be here today with archives because, again, she's got the Microsoft 365 budgeted, and last year we were able to get her a colored copier for archives, and there's a small increase in her rental line because of the colored copier.
Miss Amanda?
Yes, Ed.
Could you speak up? Mr. Neesmith can't hear you, and I can barely hear you
I
over
don't know
here.
how to turn it. Well, I'll try to do my best.
Please and thank you.
Thank you. On to finance, that's tab 17. The big increase there is in our line 119, accountants and bookkeepers. That's where all of the finance department outside of myself rolls into that line. There is an increase of $17,000, and the reason it's there is because we have a person retiring. We know already she's retiring in the fall, so it's our goal to hire someone, train them, and get them in place by the time she retires. So I budgeted more money there. And hopefully, I did want to clarify, we do not have a designated grant writer. The person who does grants also does purchasing. She does bids. And so we're to the point, just like the school system talked about, the more grants that we have, you know, you think about a grant and it's free money. Well, it's not. It's a lot of work that comes with it. And so I'm hoping that this new position, or the one that we replace, can also be one that assists that grant process, whether it's filing quarterly reports or so forth. Yes.
So let me make sure that I understand. I was wrong then. So instead of just a grant writer, they do what exactly?
So every month, every quarter, most grants each quarter have reports that has to be filed. So you have to submit all your expenses. You have to turn in copies of canceled checks. It's a process. And so the grants that we've most recently got, like Penny Knight, you know, was here in her SAMHSA grant. We had to hire someone to apply for that grant. And some of our other grants are being handled by the East Tennessee Development District. So we're really not writing any grants ourselves. We're just, some we're applying for, you know, but it's mainly to do with reporting. It's what our side of the grant process is.
Do we have any access? I know the county system that Mr. Curtis is associated with, so I have my names correct. I know they have several resources that are available to us. Is there anything there that we could use to save that money?
To save what money?
By hiring a grant writer.
Well, I will say this SAMHSA grant, the one to do with the drug court expansion, was I wasn't involved with it, but it was apparently a very complicated process to apply and get the approval for the grant. And there was a lady who has done this for other counties, and so had luck with that. And so we worked with her then, and luckily the process she went through, we were granted, approved for that grant. So I'm not aware of anything through the state that we're not currently utilizing.
Thank you, dear.
Okay, real quick.
Yes.
I've dealt with a lot of federal grants and such through the fire departments, and in the past been awarded one. I would like to say that Ms. Amanda is correct. They are extremely time consuming as far as the application process, but then the aftermath. It's not just where monies were spent, it's complete and total results, whether good, bad, and it is a very, very time-intensive process. Our Sheriff's Department has done well with getting what they have, and if we look at the, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that they've brought in, I really believe that this county could benefit greatly from a full-time grant writer or a grant administrator, as it could be, because just writing it is just the start. It's just scratching the surface. So if we look at the hundreds of thousands Sheriff's Department saved, if we could do that countywide with one person's salary, I think that we would be flying.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. And to follow up on that, with every grant too, we have an audit. So every year, in addition to the reports we're filing quarterly, then you get an audit, and you gotta, comply with all that. So there's a lot. We get grants for the health department, and we'll get to that when we do the health department's budget. So there's the DGA grant, and there's litter grants. There's stuff to help with the pickup that Don Baird's office is doing. So there's money coming from several, different areas that I completely agree that we could probably benefit from a full-time grant writer. That there's, just like the school system said, there's probably money we're leaving out on the table because you're trying to file all these reports, and the person who's doing that's also responsible for bids, like putting projects and things out for bids that we have. So, it's a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. So within finance then, is there any other questions? Yes, Kate.
Well, so really, if our grant writer could pay for themselves over, that's, I'm looking at.
Definitely, right. The last tab that I have is tab 53. And that group is called employee benefits. But within that, and what I want to point out is where our liability insurance and our workers' comp insurance falls. And after speaking with our insurance company, we're anticipating a 13% increase in that coverage this year, the cost of that coverage. And if you look at line 506, the liability, we're only estimating that we're going to spend about a little over $500,000 this year. But the reason it's so much less than what we budgeted is because the Justice Center hasn't opened yet. So once the Justice Center opens and we assume the insurance on that, we can expect that our liability costs, of course, to increase. So the budget is 13% above what we budgeted last year, not what we're spending, because we hope the Justice Center opens soon, and that goes into our name. And then also a 13% increase then in workers' comp. And as we hire new employees in the jail, that raises also, so.
Anyone have any questions on that?
I have one. Is that just workers' comp is the only place you're seeing the increase? Or is it as far as
Workers' comp
lawsuits?
and liability. No, this doesn't really do with the lawsuits, mainly just our annual renewal.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Hale, very much. We will move now to Mr. Keith Ely. You'll have tab 6, 18, 19, 55. Mr. Ely, welcome. 13, yes. Tab 13. We'll start with tab 6.
On the board equalization, that first tab you have there, that budget's went down about $13,000, I believe, correct, Amanda? And the reason it went down is this year we planned on 6 weeks of county board hearings. Next year, we're going back down to 2 weeks, normally what we see. So that's why we reduced that budget. Any questions?
You're having a lot of people that are going before that board because of the giant appraisal.
We haven't taken any appointments yet. We're going to start taking appointments on the 19th, Monday, but I don't expect too many people coming in. It's been I know it's hard to say this, but it's because of you all and what we've done as a team, letting people know and educate them what a reappraisal is. You'll see that in one of the next tabs down here, but we have probably had less than 100 people come to my office. In 2010, we probably had close to 3,000 people come to my office in a 2-week period, and we had probably 3,000 calls. We probably had less than 1,000 calls, and most of those calls is not, 80% of them is not complaining about the appraisal. They're just worried about their taxes doubling. And we try to explain to them the certified rate and that kind of. So I don't know what we're going to see, Ms. Green, but I don't expect it to be, I don't think we'll be 6 weeks. And that'll benefit you all too, so we can get you a certified rate sooner too.
When do you expect to give us a
I'm telling you
certified
right now, the second week of July, worst case. I'm hoping you'll have it before that, but I'm not promising anything. Okay, then, any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, tab, I guess 13, GIS department. That's our mapping department, plus they do other items too. They work with the highway department and with the city of Morristown and stuff. And I think that budget basically was flatlined, correct?
That's right.
No changes.
So the only increase you see there on the salary line, and that's because the GIS tech has a bachelor's degree, so she's going to receive her education pay for the first time this year.
Any questions regarding that? Tab 18, assessor of property. I think that's pretty much flat too, no changes on it from last year. Any questions on that? If not, we go to the reappraisal program, tab 19. We lowered that budget by about $25,000. You want to ask why? The reason is you all was generous enough to give us extra money for this year to send out my mailer that covers postage, trying to educate the community regarding the reappraisal. We sent out postcards. I'm assuming all of you got your postcard. That was wonderful, guys. I mean, wonderful. And one other thing I'll give a shout out to is Mr. Long in the trustee's office. Back in October, that postcard, he basically started printing that same information on the back of the receipt when he gave it to the taxpayers when they paid their tax bill. So we started back in October trying to educate people. But that was money you all gave to me for this year. I'm giving it back since I'm not going to be using it next year. So that's why we went down $25,000. Any questions on that? So over those four budgets, we've gone down $38,000 from last year. Is that right, Amanda? So now the last item on here is capital projects. We have a Chevrolet Equinox we bought in 2015. We've been trying to recycle those every 10 years. We take good care of our cars. I mean, we get them washed, we get the oil changed regular, we do all of that. This car's pretty good shape. Transmission starts slipping a little bit, and the engine light stays on for whatever reason, but we don't have the money in the budget to go through all the issues, try to find out what's going on with it right now, because it's still running. It's got about 120,000 miles on it. So I'm just throwing that out there. That's up to you all. We did that 2 years ago. We had a 2013 Impala. We've got in 2023, y'all approved for me a new Equinox for Bobby Davis. So that's every 10 years we try. And the reason we have transmissions problems are, I mean, 120,000 miles doesn't sound much, but we're working neighborhoods. We'll pull up here to Mr. Doty. We'll stop. We'll pull up another Mr. Doty and stop again. It's just that constant stress on that transmission wears them out. And nothing we can do about that. That's just part of the job. So that's any questions? That's all I have.
Anyone got any questions? Mr. Ely, thank you very much.
Appreciate you all. Everything you've done this year has been beneficial to my department and also for the citizens of Hamlin County. I want to thank you all. Thanks.
This time, we would ask Mr. Jeff Garner, please come forward with the election commission. Give us your information.
Typically, this is election commission's off year, one election, so our budget always drops some during this year. On our budget, the only three things that are looking to increase is our maintenance agreement for convenient voting centers. our management system, which we use for voters, has a one-time $7,000 fee. It's a more robust voter system for using for convenient voting centers, so that's why that one eased up a little bit. Postal charges went up about $19,000 because we will have to do a mailing, and as you know, postal rates have gone up over the years, so we've had to increase, so we'll have to send out about 38,000 letters. And also office equipment, that is just buying some additional equipment to run the convenient voting centers, such as computers and printers.
Can I ask?
Yes, Ms. Hale.
Yes, thank you. What have y'all heard about having these voting centers? I mean, when people call in, what do they say?
The people who we've talked to, we've not had anybody they think it's a great idea. Because it's like early voting, and I know there have been some misinformation put out about it that is not all true. But the 6 counties, I think, that use it now, they really like what they're doing.
Now, let me make sure I understand. So, isn't it early voting? So you've got 6 places to now early vote for
No.
no.
What our plan is on early voting is to have 3 locations. We have 2 now, one here, one at Whitesburg. We're looking and going to try to work on having one on the west end of town. Those early voting centers will be open for 14 days during early voting. Then you will have a convenient voting center that is open on election day. And that voting center, even though it'll be in 6 different places, it does operate just the same as one of our early voting centers. There's no change in the process. When you vote, when it comes to us to enter in our voter management system, it just takes everybody and puts them in what precinct they belong.
Any other questions?
I do,
Ms.
please.
Green?
2 questions. You said you had 2 early voting now. How many, with the old plan, how many full locations did you have for folks to vote previously, before we go into this? Hopefully we don't.
On early,
No, just regular voting.
on election day,
Yes, sir.
16.
16. Did you have a problem with those getting, because I hit the one at Manly that was really backed up a couple of times, and we had to wait in line. So were you having a problem with that? I mean,
We never had no complaints about people waiting in line.
Okay.
You know, the poll pads that we used previously would let us know when we downloaded the information, what the processing time to get somebody through that process. And, you know, they were getting it done in 15 to 20 seconds. Yes, machines were an issue, but if you look at it, like November this past year, 70% of everybody voted early. So that just left 30% to show up on election day to 16 different locations. And mapping as the crow flies, our idea where we've got these that we're looking at will be no further than 5 miles as the crow flies to any voter.
Any other questions?
I have one more I'd like to reiterate, please. When we early voted this previous year, you were backed up at the courthouse plumb to the street. And I'm just curious if you think going to 3 is going to take care of that, for the simple fact we were all the way at the street, nowhere to park, and no offense intended, it was a nightmare.
All I can say to that is yes, it's true, and we didn't have it was amazing. We didn't have enough handicap parking for the people who were handicapped to come and vote. But Whitesburg took about 3,500 voters away from us. And if we open up one on the west end, we hope that relieves some of the pressure on the main one here. So,
I want to say thank you for the one in Russellville there. I've got the most response from people. They really appreciate the convenience there of going in and voting.
it took a while. It took a couple elections to get them
Yes.
to go there, but once everybody found out, they really enjoyed going there.
Ms.
'Cause
Howe.
It was easy in, easy out.
Ms. Howe.
Yes, sir, thank you. So if we did have 16 countywide, and then we go to 6, those machines that were at the, in other words, they'll all be divided, so if you did have 3, because we're just going to 6, you might have 5, right?
Well, the plan is now to have 10 to 11 at each voting
Good,
location.
okay, that's,
In this first, probably 3 elections, we're going to do that to see how it works.
okay.
And if it gets down to it that we see that there's more at one location, we will adjust
Okay.
and put more at one location. But I don't have it in front of me, but 10 machines out of 7,000 people that might show up on election day. And each machine, we try to plan on voting 200 to 300 people at each machine. So if you've got 10 machines, you're looking at 3,000 people you're doing. So we usually don't have very much more than that show up.
Mr. Neesmith.
When do you think you'll have the results on what you're gonna do? How many, where your 6 spots will be? What are we waiting on that?
We was waiting for the governor to sign the legislation. We didn't want to put the cart in front of the horse before, because if we did it and he didn't sign the legislation, then it was just all in vain.
Has the governor got it now?
Yes, he signed it this month. So, we're going to start working on the locations now, and we'll start working on them next week, trying to set up meetings and everything but I don't want to say anything because we've not contacted anybody yet regarding the locations, so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gardner.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
Thank you, Jeff.
This time we would move to the Register of Deeds. Mr. Jim Clausen, will you come forward, please?
The Registrar's Office continues to move right along. This year, I have no major increases. It's basically flatlined for other than a couple medical insurance change, retirement, there's a little bit of retirement stuff, but other than that, I've got no major increases. We continue to take in over $3 million a year comes through that office, and we turn over to the county over 300,000. We're going to turn over to you guys over 300,000 excess fees. That's after we pay our state mortgage and transfer tax. So we're busy, but we've got everything we need. You guys gave us the plat cabinets for the plats a couple of years ago, and we no longer put books on the shelf. We don't have the book prices to buy, so we don't really have any major expenditures. Any questions on anything?
Mrs. Green?
I have one, if I may. I'm just curious, you mentioned something, and it's not to do with that, but do you have plaques for every piece of property in Hamlin County?
Got plats for properties that go through the planning commission, city and county, and then I've got surveys that go on for parcels in the county. Not every parcel has a survey or a plat. I would say at least 50-60% of the properties in Hamlin County, I've got surveys or plats.
Approximately back to what year, out of curiosity, sir?
Ma'am?
Approximately back to what year, out of curiosity?
I've got everything backed up. I've got everything from 1870 to now on record. And on warranty deeds, I don't,
Well,
and
your
on
time, buddy.
mortgages, I
Amen.
go back to 1970. I've been working on this book project for 30 years, and I'm about to finish, and you'll see a line item, part-time personnel, 34,000. Probably next year, I'm gonna end the book project, it's over. So my budget will be probably 34,000 less. But I'm about to end that project, and you guys have funded that for 30 years, and I appreciate that, because it wasn't always top priority. But through the years, it's been funded, and I thank you for that. And now we have it. We have it on file.
Any other questions?
I'd like to make
Chairman.
one comment, if I may.
Yes.
Good job.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make one
Mayor.
point to, it's something he alluded to. Obviously, he runs a very efficient office, but he collected $3 million. 1.6 of that goes back to the state, which is real estate transfer tax. If you recall, this body, I brought to you a resolution that we signed requesting that 50% of that money comes back. Right, currently, of that $1.6 million that goes back, we get around $30,000 of that back to this county. We requested $800,000. So I just letting you know that that's what that was about. What he's just talking about was revenue that could come back to our county and save some more money.
You know, Chris, that bill's been turned down a couple of times, but the Registered Association has been fighting for that. We only get to keep 2.4% of the mortgage and transfer taxes. I turned over 202,000 last month. We get to keep 2.4%.
Yeah. It's out of balance.
Fighting for 50%. That would increase,
800 for at least 800,000.
yeah, a year. But so far we haven't gotten it. So anyway, we're still fighting for that. Any other
Thank you.
questions,
Thank you very much, Mr. Clausen, for coming.
Mr. Chairman?
At this time, we've got one or two that's not showed up yet, so I'm going to ask Mr. Manny, will you come forward? Are you ready? We'll just go ahead and skip over and
Manny's always ready.
get you out early so you can go farm.
Will be just fine. I am tab 47. I think most of you know I was Ag Extension, and I'll kind of ditto what Mr. Clausen just said. Our budget is very, very basic. Pretty much just
Decrease.
a salary supplement line item. If you will notice, and some of you have heard this before because you were on our Ag committee, but UT changed their financial accounting system starting in January of this year. And Amanda, they're still trying to figure out their first quarter invoices, but you'll get it at some point. But UT does bill the county quarterly, and when we get a Tennessee State agent, they'll do the same thing. So that's kind of how that works. But we basically shuffled things around because of a change in their benefits system. They are doing a fixed rate benefit system. Our request is exactly the same bottom line as we had this past year. And of course, any kind of COLA that you wind up passing later on, we expect to get that on the county portion of our salaries. Short version, the extension system in Tennessee is set up on a sliding scale. The counties are either 22%, 33%, 44%, or 55%, depending on the tax base. We are set up at the 44% level. So our salaries are 44% and benefits are 44% county and 56% state. So that's kind of how the cost share works. Those of you that are aware, we are scheduled to go out to Buffalo Trail sometime September-ish of next year, let's say that way. So part of that you know, will give us a little bit of extra supply money if we need some things out there. So, I'm sure the mayor and the finance director will agree. If we don't spend what we don't need, but we just basically ask for a flat bottom line from what we are this year, and then in whatever the COLAs are for all the other and county employees, we would appreciate that on our county portion of salary. So I'll echo what Mr. Clausen said. I mean, this is my almost working on 34 years. Y'all have been super, super, super supportive, and we do appreciate it. Any questions?
I have one.
Sure.
Your decrease, what did you attribute it to, the $4,169? It's under, I apologize, salary.
It's an increase. That is a shift in the way the benefit, that is salaries and benefits together, one big line item, and that was a shift in the way.
It was tabulated.
Shift in the way the flexible benefits are figured.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you.
exactly what that was, and that's, we just kind of shifted that to travel and supplies.
Anyone else?
Any other questions?
Thank you very much for
Don't complain
coming.
about getting out early, that's.
Oh. Thank you very much. This time, Mr. Tommy McKinney. For lucky time.
Sorry, things are running ahead of schedule. I tried to get here as quick as I could.
Tab 11. Go ahead.
Okay, how do I do this?
Me and this microphone don't get along.
Yeah.
Tommy's overall budget and planning it has a decrease because of the former planning Tina, I don't know, where she left and went to the city, and then the new the person that's been hired. There's a change in insurance coverage, therefore there is a decrease in his overall budget for planning. I don't know if Tommy wants to talk about planning and your new person or.
We have a new person. Her name's Tracy Tolley. She is going to be our planner. She is kind of in training right now. She has been a planner in other states. She was a planner in Georgia, Valdosta, Georgia, and she seems to be doing really well. So she's coming right along. That budget, like I say, it's quite a bit smaller than Tina's was because she was in a manager's position. Most everything else, I think we've reduced one thing for, it was, you remember which one it was, Amanda? It had to do with our,
over in stormwater.
Oh, no, that was in stormwater.
Yeah,
That's correct. We didn't have any changes in planning. Okay,
right.
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And in the next tab is tab 12. Tommy, I'm not jumping ahead of you.
Is there any questions on tab 11? Okay, proceed on 12 then.
12 is Tommy's code compliance, and if you want to talk about codes, Tommy, but the only change in that budget is just an extra year of longevity for Tommy.
Yeah, we didn't change anything in that department either.
I would like to ask one question. How covered up are you?
Well, I've not really got started with our issue with the camper regulations yet.
Okay.
I'm needing some legal guidance there to go ahead so I can get our writ letters and things started. So I could probably answer that better, Mr. Chairman, whenever I get a little bit deeper into that. I am staying very busy, managing the office and everything, but I think I can handle it pretty good until we can make sure the direction we're going to go with that. So.
All right, thank you. Ms. Howe?
Yes, sir, thank you. Besides the other 15 things you're doing, but what about, does anybody go out and say, oh my golly, there are 5 cars in that drive that are not two of them aren't tagged.
Yes, ma'am, that's me.
That'd be you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I usually do field work in the morning. So I'm usually, after I get everything situated in the office and make sure everybody's hunky-dory, I head out and do field work in the morning.
My goodness, so besides the campers and the cars and the,
Zoning regulations, yeah, somebody's putting up a mobile home or building a deck or a building without a permit, we look at those as well.
I guess my question is there enough of you to go around?
No.
Okay,
No.
that is my point.
Up until now, I've managed to
I know.
try to do the best I can and stay on top of things. I've not got started completely in with the camper issue yet, and that's gonna be major. But I'm right now, I'm not gonna jump up and down and say, please help me, but what the future holds, I'm not sure of right now. I know it's gonna be very, very busy.
Chairman.
Well, I just wanted it out there that I think we may need to help out in that department.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
It would be
thank you.
greatly appreciated. I'm not saying no.
Mr. Hall?
We, Mr. McKinney and I, we've already had a discussion about what's coming up and what's coming down the line and what's gonna be needed, and, we've got a pretty good grasp
Yes, sir.
where we need to go, not just now, but in the next 2 years, because he's been very humble, and shucks, but the truth is, he is overwhelmed.
Exactly.
And he's taken on many hats, and I think you're changing oil now, so.
Yes, sir.
But he's taken on many hats, many chores, many jobs, so we've got to do something.
But I do plan on, if the Lord don't take me back before then, I plan on retiring in 2.5 years, and we need someone in code someone in enforcement completely that can do, the zoning, we enforce stormwater. I say our department enforces stormwater, zoning regulations, and now camper regulations and property maintenance regulations. So there's a lot to learn there. Letters to get out, things to type up, keeping everything in line. You have to keep everything you do in case you got court later on, that kind of thing. So there's a lot to it.
Ms. Green, you got a question?
Yes, please. Now, are you having quite a bit more complaints come into your office regarding the codes and people doing exactly what you're talking about between the trash and everything else?
The bulk waste, ma'am, yes, I have quite a bit more calls on the bulk waste, especially this time of year, because, this is when the weather gets warm and everybody cleans everything out. They'll start saying, they don't need to be throwing that on this on there. Property maintenance seems to stay about the same. I do have several of them that, after a couple of letters over a couple of years, they say, he means business, I'm not gonna do that anymore. But usually, I do around between 80 to 115 or 20 property maintenance violations a year. And there seem to be staying about that, not going up or down.
One more additional question, because I've seen quite a bit of what you're talking about in District 14. So how long usually does it take to, for lack of a nicer word, clean up the mess? Because I'm seeing quite a bit of it put out where I'm at right now. And some of it's quite messy, okay?
Right. A lot of it depends on whether it is considered bulk waste or whether it is trash and garbage. So,
Okay.
and I usually, what I do is, the guys, when they're going out, or if I happen to see it, I'll do something about an issue, about a letter at that time. But most of the time, when the guys go out, that's when they send me something and say, this is a violation, I'm not picking this up, this is not, The highway department fills out a paper, George emails them to me every single day, and then I'll go on when I do my morning field reviews. That's when I go and check them out, make pictures, get things out. It depends on whether they send me something or I see it, okay? It's a big county. We try to cover it as much as we can, but, as far as bulk waste, I rely on those guys more to tell me what they see, because I've also got property maintenance and zoning and other issues that I look at as well. So I can't just spend all day on those. But they are important. I'm not saying they're not.
I didn't mean it that way, sir.
No, I know you didn't. I'm just saying it's all important. But it just has to kind of be divided up.
Thank you.
Let's move to stormwater number 49.
we have two lines here for contracts with government agencies. One of them is the $3,460 ones. That's an annual fee that we pay that much, you know. I think that's right, isn't it, Amanda? Yeah. And, the other one, other contracted services as well. These are, for stormwater sampling and testing. We had to start that to be compliant with the state, so that was one of the things that we do. It's not as much been spent this year, but we just got started on it this past year, so that will be going up, but we did not increase it, I don't think, at all. Engineering services, we did not go up with Mr. Clint Harrison on his engineering services, but you know, with inflation and things, I'm not going to say Mr. Harrison will, but you know, I'm hoping that doesn't go up this year. And I think that's all.
Any questions on the stormwater? Ms. Howe?
Yes, sir, thank you. That line about mileage reimbursement, I'm sort of surprised it goes down. I mean, oh, I'm sorry, 355.
Mm-hmm. Travel, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about from last year. I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. One of the reasons why I did that was because Tina had budgeted a vehicle for our building inspector.
Oh.
Okay, and the vehicle that he had was not quite up to par, you know, to be a longevity vehicle because he's out all day long.
Okay.
So we went ahead and purchased that vehicle, which left a vehicle that we had, that he had, and I kept it in our department. And actually, the travel took that down because there won't be any reimbursement there. That is our county vehicle, and we will be utilizing that vehicle instead of the money that we have posted here for stormwater. So that one will be used for stormwater person to be going out and doing field work and GIS mapping and that kind of thing.
All right, thank you, thank you.
Mr. Richardson, you had a question there a while
I just
ago.
want to compliment Mr. McKinney. I see him about every day on a bulk waste, garbage, and/or stormwater. We're working real close with them on stormwater issues, and he's done an excellent job, and he is busy.
Yeah.
And I only return the favor with Mike and Jeff. We've got a whole lot more cooperation with the highway department than we have had in the past. Mike and Jeff are really moving forward because they know how important it is that we pass this stormwater inspection this year. It's a very, very must that be done, and they are on top of it with us, and I thank them very much.
Mr. Doty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank Mr. McKinney because, as we know, when Miss Tina left, it just all got thrown in Tommy's lap. Here it is,
right.
do it. He got very little extra assistance in any shape, form, or fashion. He stepped up and he did what was needed for our county, and we do appreciate you on that, sir.
We'll just everybody pat each other's back. You guys are the reason why that yous are supporting me, and I appreciate that. All of you, every one of you are supporting me, and without your support, it'd be hard to do this job. It really would. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKinney, for coming today. This time we'll move to Mr. Terry Mars, Maintenance. You come forward, please. Be tab 55.
14.
14.
14, excuse me.
Yeah. And I'm not going to jump in front of Terry, but just to start off, Terry, about the last 2 years, we've budgeted money in his salary line because he knew he was going to have an employee retiring. They haven't used that money because the person luckily has stayed on, you know, but he is retiring officially now, the end of June, and Terry's already hired a replacement for him. So for next year, we don't need to budget like 1.5 people. We're back down to just one in that maintenance position. So that therefore there is a decrease in his salary lines because of that. Go ahead, Terry. I don't want to get in front of you. Do you have anything you want to say about your budget, Terry, or?
No, my budget didn't really change, just, I was asking for money to do forwarding the Register of Deeds. And, I usually get 20,000 for HVAC. And all of my smaller units have been replaced now. And the ones that I'm working on now are, like, the first one I bought was $35,000. And I just wanted to put more money in that line so that if these other ones broke, we'd be ready for it.
And I just wanted to point out too about, if you look at Terry's electricity line, it's line 415. This year, we're anticipating spending $382,000. The year we are in, we budgeted $575, and the coming year is also $575. Again, this is all in anticipation of the Justice Center. So we've tried to base it on square footage and kind of calculate what that utility cost might be, but that's subject to change. And it all depends on when the Justice Center opens, and, you know, there's a lot of unknowns there. But we've gone ahead and put it in for a full year with the anticipation of that opening probably in, you know, later in the fall.
How would you say our HVAC system looks?
We're in pretty good shape on all of them. I've got 3 rooftop units on the annex side, and one of them caught fire last year and burned up, and we had to replace it. But the other ones are getting there. They're original to the building.
Wow.
But on this side over here, they've all been replaced. There were several 3-ton units, some 5-ton units, and they've all been replaced now.
Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Richards?
If you had to replace one of those rooftop units, how long would it take you to put it on order and get it in? I mean, is it a couple of weeks now, or is it still months?
Yeah, it'd take at least a couple of weeks.
Okay.
And we had trouble on the other one because they had to order a board.
Okay.
And it took a little bit of time to get it in. So it was in, but it didn't work as well as we wanted it to because the thermostat was on top of the roof, and it was hard to adjust. But anyway, when they got it hooked on the program, it's doing good.
Ms. Howe?
Yes, sir, thank you. Would you explain the inmate monitoring cost?
We get inmate help, and they have to wear a monitor now, and I think it's $8 a day.
Okay. Huh, I didn't know that. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Ms. Green?
2 questions. The 20,000 you quoted, was that for the 2 HVAC systems on top of the Justice Center?
The 20,000, the smaller ones they were 6,000 and 8,000, so we changed those out at like 3 a year until we got them changed out. And now the bigger units are at least 35,000 apiece. Is the reason I wanted to have more in that line.
So approximately, what is the age of the one that you want to change?
23 years old.
Okay. And it still works
They're still
properly?
working. I've lost 1 out of 3.
Any problems with it? I'm just curious.
Occasionally, we keep them maintained and checked, and we have an agreement with Interstate, and they also come and check it.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, Mr. Myers.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I remember back last year we was talking about a grant was it to fix that front porch hangover, or?
Yeah.
Can you get?
Yes, sir. There was a grant opportunity for the portico. That is correct. That has been actually put on hold. just seemed like it was out of order as far as the costs that were estimated, and that is put on hold possibly until maybe even next year. We don't even know that it'll take place. There's a lot of stipulations in this historic preservation grant that we were going to have to hit, and the numbers were astronomical. We didn't feel like we should bring that number to this county to incur to do that. Well, there's other means, and when that time comes, this body will be a part of that decision. But as of right now, that grant is on hold.
Right, thank you very much. This time we're running a little ahead of time, so Mr. Long, are you ready? We'll let you go before lunch. Then you can buy lunch for us. How's that? Tab 20.
Randy, you correct me if I'm wrong, but I was able to cut $5,000 out of my part-time personal help in order to offset some increases that are coming, software increase, postage increase, printing increases. You know, those are going up every year. So, and even with adding Jeff's allocation, which I feel like it should be done, that Microsoft office in our office, and plus his help, I mean, I'm able to maintain my own computer systems there. And that's something in these county contracts that when I see it, it just blows my mind. You know, some of the software companies and what they're doing supporting us. So with his help, we buy our own equipment, replace our PCs and that kind of thing. So we're actually lowering the budget by $257 with increases.
That's what we like to hear. Any
Yeah.
questions on that? No one has a question.
Mr. Chairman, I just appreciate the job he's doing.
I do too.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You're here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to touch on one thing if I could. Now, this is off the budget, but it's a hot topic right now, and I don't know how much assessor said anything to you about it, but it's reassessment year. And the main thing I want all the commissioners to understand, you talk to your constituents, the value of your property going up 110%. Just take mine, okay? Immediately, the constituent thinks taxes are going up 100%, and that's not correct. I mean, so you can immediately tell them that because it goes to the state, it comes back, and we get a certified tax rate. Now, the main part to understand is that the county is net neutral. During reassessment year, if we're collecting $31 million, when that certified number comes back, it's $31 million, okay? The county doesn't grow any tax base. But one of your constituents will look at you and say, well, my taxes went up. You know, my taxes on my home are going to go up pretty dramatically. Somebody in the counties goes down. Somebody stays the same. So until we get the certified tax rate back, it's really hard to talk about it, but the county does not grow its tax base through reassessment. And the main goal, talking to Keith and them, is we have to get our, and all counties are doing this, but we've got to get our reassessment down. We're on a 5-year reassessment. Everybody's trying to push that window to 2 years because there are taxpayers who get discounts due to ratio, you know, and it's our largest taxpayers. So, you know, we need to get that to where there's no ratio factor.
Trustee, would you tell everyone the estimated that we lost by the 5-year plan rather than
Oh, in the
a
last
2?
3 years because of the ratio factor, and what happens is it's personal property, which is our industry. They are our largest taxpayers in this county, is our, quote, personal property tax. That's, you know, from the Mollies and the JTEX and that type of thing. With ratio, see, it was at 0.773. You know, we get 3 ratios in a 5-year cycle. So the third year we were at 0.77, the second year 0.77, and this last year we went down to 0.62. And that's roughly a very good number, but it's right about $4 million that they were discounted. And all that evolves because the state, that's state mandated through lawsuits. The railroad are the people that started it. They say that they are at
current value every year because of depreciation schedules, add new equipment. Real property has a lag. You know, imagine we were at 2020, if you're looking at it, you know, and where we're going to now. And we've never seen these kind of increases in the state of Tennessee. They've never seen these kind of increases. You know, it's happened to all the counties around you. We just happen to be 1 year behind Greene County, Hancock County, and all the other counties, and they're running pretty much the same kind of numbers. Because we're up about, I think he said average 67%. So we want to get that window closed up with assessors if we can, you know, to making it. Because with technology, they can do a reassessment a lot quicker than what they used to do in the old days. But even if he needs more staff, I mean, the $4 million, give it to him. I'm telling you, give it to him, because that's, you know, that's the situation that we're in revenue. And thank God, typically in the past, the growth has outran that. But I mean, in the last 17 years, the worst ratio is 0.85. And this year, we're at 0.62. But just to give you a little knowledge about that when people are talking to you about it, wait till we get the you know, the certified rate back. Because you'll be hearing that in the budget. You know, you're going to hear about certified rate. Now, do you increase the certified rate, et cetera? You know, that kind of thing. So it comes back from the state, and it's equalized. And it works pretty well. I mean, honestly. You know, there's some assessments where they wanted it to pass law, kind of like California, where the property value never went up till the home was sold. Well, you could have a guy across the street here that, you know, Mike's house, he just bought it, moved in here, it's $1.2 million. I'm sitting across the street from it at $400,000. I pay less tax than he does, and that's not equal. So it's a pretty good. The way they do it is very, very. I mean, honestly, it is equal. It does what they call equalize the tax rate. But like I said, when one goes up, somebody goes down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to balance that number. Yeah.
Any other questions? Mr. Neesmith?
Scotty, when do you think we'll get our tax rate through the state?
What do I think it'll be?
Yeah.
No, when will we get it, he said.
Is it June?
No, it'd be, most likely be the 1st of July to the 2nd week of July. And we'll be able to ratify that in this body probably in our July commission meeting.
Oh, okay. Was that before? Okay.
Excuse me?
No, it's before you're going to vote on the budget, though, right?
Oh, yes. We probably will not finalize the budget.
He has to go through sending out the notices. I say he, the assessor, sending out the notices, then people appeal the property if they want to appeal it, and then you know, can come back. And that's another issue, folks, that you're not even aware of, is that a group out of Memphis, Tennessee is appealing every large, what we call big box store. All your Walmarts in the state of Tennessee, all your Home Depots, all your Walgreens have all been appealed. And the judges are giving them some pretty fair assessments at the state of Tennessee, honestly. You know, so those taxes have been reduced. We settled 2 or 3. I think we had 11 on the total books, and we've settled 7 of them, around $128,000, quote, discount from where the tax was. So that's just another issue, but there's no stopping that. They're reappealing it every year. Even if they've got assessment, they'll come right back next year.
Mr. Long, we really appreciate you coming today. Appreciate the job you're doing.
Excuse me, may I have one question before you close him out, please?
Yes.
Quick question, when you say they had challenged it, I'm assuming that's the personal property one that you're talking about, or are you talking about the regular property,
No, I'm
Darla?
talking about regular property. Once he's sent out all the assessments, you know, there'll be appeal for what, 2 weeks, I think, a week and a half here locally, and then someone will go to the state, but they got to get that to balance that the state does before they apply the certified rate to it.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, no problem.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Thank you.
This time, we're going to jump ahead. Mr. Mayor, could you come? We'll go down to the 255 slot and work that out before we take a break for lunch. Is that all right with you, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Let's get started. On tab, I'm filling in here for a couple of these tabs. Tab 41 for the medical examiner in our general budget. This year, you're going to see there's an increase in communication costs. This includes mobile hotspots for the medical death investigators. There's also an increase in other contracted services for the medical death investigator. It's up to $55 per call. $600 a month for the chief medical death investigator, and $200 for assistant chief medical death investigator, and $30,000 a year for the medical examiner. So there's a medical examiner, and then you've got the medical death investigators that go out and do the work. They're reporting to the site. And then obviously you've got contract with private agencies that continue to increase, and the cost of autopsies and the number of autopsies that we have. It's pretty self-explanatory. It does go up just a little bit, $7,600 increase from one year to the next, with $5,500 of that in those other contracted services that include the medical examiner and the medical death investigators. Any questions?
You're on tab 46, correct, sir?
41.
41.
Yes, how are we keeping up with our autopsies, or are we getting behind, or how, we're good?
No, I think we're keeping up. Obviously, I think that does lag behind.
Yes.
Okay, that lags behind, but those are services that we contract. We can't
Yeah, oh, I
push that
understand.
anymore.
I just wondered, yes, sir, thank you.
And I just wanted to make one quick comment on the pauper burial line. That used to be in your all's, but in the county commissioner's budget, and we moved it out last year to the coroner, the budget. And we've budgeted, we've had to keep increasing it because the indigent burials have continued to cost us more and more. But I just wanted to say, J.R. Thompson has taken over that medical death investigator role, and he is working especially hard to where, I don't know that we've had one or two pauper burials this year that we've had, where it had just been on the rise. He's really putting forth that effort to get that number down and get in contact with these families and have them pay for the burials versus the county footing the bill. And I didn't point that out, but I did want you all to know that JR's really stepping up on that.
Thank you.
Any other questions on tab 41, medical examiner? All right, if you will, please turn to tab 43. That's our public health and welfare, our health department. This year, just to make note, all personnel and travel costs are reimbursed through the state in their grant that provide for the health department. There is a small increase that you'll notice that in anticipation of the opening of Oak Tree Plaza. There again, we do not know the exact time when that will incur or actually be used, but we are preparing for that increase in utility costs at that location. Currently, they're in the building they're in, so those utility costs plus a slight increase will move to the Oak Tree Plaza. Any questions on tab 43?
Just one question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
What has brought up the basic significant change in the clerical personnel?
The dentist.
There you go. That is correct. There is a dentist that when the new facility opens, there will be a dental unit. That is one of the hardest things they say to hire and to keep. Is a dentist. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Will that be somebody hired, or will that be like a volunteer dentist can do?
No, that'll be hired personnel. And obviously, these funds are reimbursed through the state. Okay, it's just, we're the pass-through.
Okay.
Any others? All right, let's turn to tab 44. Rabies and animal control. There's a very slight increase right there. There's really no change, just a small increase with longevity pay. Half of all these expenses are reimbursed also with the city of Morristown in our agreement with them to fund this department. Any questions on that?
Do we know how long they keep an animal?
I can't answer that. And when you say they, are you referring
yes,
to
sir,
the Humane Society?
Yes, sir.
No, ma'am, I don't have that answer. There's a lot of questions maybe in that regard. It's one of the biggest complaints we have in our city, in our county, is animal control. There's a lot of
animals.
Well, there's a lot of animals, but there's also, I mean, you can't build big enough to house
No.
everything.
No.
And there has to be some management done, and obviously something that can be brought up later, but this body approved $100,000 to this Humane Society, plus another 100 if they raised 100.
Exactly.
And they're at that point, and that can be talked about later on, but they're at the point within this year, most likely they'll have hit their 100,000 mark for a building project. And this, in our budget, included in our budget that was presented in the overview, includes a $200,000 that has been set aside for them for a number of years, actually. I think 3 years, yes. And it will actually come to pass in this next fiscal year, we believe. Any other questions?
What's this $300,000 for contact with private agencies? What is a private agency with the name size?
That is the animal shelter.
That is animal
Yes,
shelter.
sir.
And it's considered private agency.
Yes, sir. It's not, it's a joint venture with Morristown, City of Morristown and Hamlin County, and therefore it's not an agency of Hamlin County. Therefore, it's considered a private agency. Does that make sense? Yeah.
For a private agency.
Well, it is, yes, yes. And we can't advocate not to have, we have to have.
Any other questions? Tab 48.
Tab 48, if you will. Our soil conservation. We're looking at no change to the soil conservation except an additional year of longevity. Basically, an $85 increase year over year. The state is reimbursing the county $1,750 or $21,000 a year to help offset the cost of the employee that was added last fiscal year. Any questions? Pretty straightforward. Yes, ma'am.
Just a comment, the first time I ever looked at the budget, I'm looking at, and almost, yeah, every one of these is an employee or employee benefit, and it makes me understand that the government, our Hamlin County government is an employer, probably.
That's right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think overall, there's like 450 employees within our county, within our county government that is affected.
Wow.
Any other questions? Thank you all. Excuse me? Oh, I missed.
You got
I'm sorry.
tab 50.
I'm not done. I missed, oh, my apologies. Tab 50. It's under other operations and tourism. The chamber contribution is $22,500 to help promote events in Hamlin County in the tourism area. In 2024, there was $101.8 million in tourism revenue that came from events like fishing tournaments, Frisbee tournaments at our local parks. Wow. That is a huge draw now, if you will. Hamlin County, Morristown, Hamlin County have become a center for disc golf. And it does bring in a lot of revenue on its periphery. Those visitors spend money on the food, lodging, retail, recreation, and transportation. $101 million in spending means more jobs and more opportunities for our local businesses. The increase that we see here is to try and help get all the costs and revenues recognized in the same year. That is for the Cherokee Park. What you have there is July the 4th. That falls. We're planning on it in this fiscal year, and some of the costs are incurred right now. And then some of the costs go into the next fiscal year. We're trying to get that where all the costs are in one fiscal year. So therefore you can see Finance Department, Finance Director Amanda, she would like us to try to do that, and it makes bookkeeping a little easier to have all the costs in one fiscal year. Let's see, yes, the 4th of July event, that's another point to make. It's a positive event that we helped fund in this community and had an estimated 8,000 in attendance last year.
Ladies first.
Will we have the park finished with the renovations or whatever by the 4th?
Those renovations, I do not think will be completed. Now, those renovations at the Horner Daughtery, I can't remember that. Do you think it will be? Okay.
That was roofing or, yeah.
Yes, that one part will be. However, the campground renovations, I don't think will be completed at that time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The contribution we have to the Chamber of Commerce.
Yes.
The 22.5.
Yes.
I know it's on our nonprofits. Does the city of Morristown match that?
I'm not certain the match on that. I truly don't know, Commissioner, if what they give in that one.
I don't see it on
I
their
can make a note to
budget.
try to ask that. I do not know that answer.
Any other questions? Tab 52, Mr. Moore.
All right, tab 52, if you will, for Veterans Services. Small increase overall of $234, and most of that would be in the maintenance agreement, data processing services. And that's where that was split out and divided across the board. No change in the budget outside of the annual longevity, and approximately 3,700 veterans are served in Hamlin County. Our Veterans Administrator, Tim Williams, is doing a great job with not only assisting our veterans, but willingness to help veterans from the surrounding counties when needed. So we're grateful for what he does, and rarely do you hear anything from his office. He does a fine job. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This time, I believe our lunch is here, and I'm going to adjourn, but then right after that, I would ask that we all stand, please, and Miss Ahern, would you ask the blessing on food?
Let us bow our heads, please. Dear Heavenly Father, we're just so thankful that you are here with us as you promised to be. Jesus, we're so thankful to be servants, Lord, as you teach us to be. Lord, that we ask you, Lord, to help us to make decisions for our community as you want us to do so. Lord, bless this food, Lord, and we thank you so much for it. In your name we pray, amen.
Amen. Call the Budget Committee back to order. I'd like to thank Chris, you all getting us wonderful dinner. Everything was great. So appreciate that very much. This time I would ask Peggy, would you come forward, and we'll be using tab 21.
Pull your microphone down.
Better. Peggy, if you don't mind, I'm going to just quickly address one thing about your budget. In years past, there's been the county clerk's budget, and then there's also been the, it was called other finance, but it was the budget for the satellite office. Now, Peggy has consolidated that into just the one office. The satellite office is closed. So if you were to look at tab 23, for this coming year, it's a zero, because we have consolidated all those personnel charges, office supplies, things like that, into her regular county clerk budget. So back to tab 21. So where you see all these, that looks like her salaries are much higher than last year, it's because the satellite office is now in with the regular clerk's office. Go ahead. Sorry, Peggy.
So I'm just up here to ask to change the starting pay for girls. 1650. Because I've had 3 girls leave me because of the pay, and 3 I've tried to interview them, and when I give them the amount of pay, they don't accept it. So I'm 3 down, and 1's out on sick leave, and then we got vacations and sick. So it's hard, because when I tell them I'm paying them $15 or $14.78, they just walk out. So I was just asking if y'all would consider maybe raising the starting pay a little bit. Because I got 12 girls, and 3 left for more money, and 1's out on FMLA.
Did you include any of that pay in this budget?
No. I thought I could get somebody hired between now and then, but they won't take it. I offered 15 yesterday to.
1650 is where you want to go.
I'd like to.
Question, how many do you have now, Benji Files 3?
13.
13?
Big. Yeah, like I said, 3's gone and 1's out sick. They're
Wow.
really short-staffed, and when I'm trying to hire somebody to come in, they get the pay. They don't worry about the benefits, and which is great, but they just want the money that they're going to take home to live. I've tried, or they just say, I can't take that, and they'll go somewhere else.
Did you gain when you shut the satellite office down?
Gain money.
No, gain people in the office.
But like I said, 3 of them have quit.
Okay.
It's kind of hard. And I'm trying to replace them, and they won't take 15.
Mr. Horner?
How many do you need?
I need at least 2 more girls. I mean, even when we do move next door to the new building, we'll still need those girls through our passports, driver's license, and birth certificates. But when girls call in sick, it's hard to run it with 3 short. I don't care to work over and over and over, but I don't know what to do. I've tried. I've talked to everybody, tell them about all the good benefits, but they don't want to take the 15. 1 says she could go to Aubrey's and work for to be a dishwasher for $16.50.
That seems to be where the longest lines are, too.
I know.
Any other questions?
That's the only one that we had the problem with, was starting the girls out just a little bit more, so I could get some help.
I just want to say one more thing. Last year, we talked about a salary study, and that's definitely not gone as planned as far as getting results of the study. So we were hoping to have that back so we could see, you know, is 1650, or, you know, what range do we need to be in as far as comparables?
16.50, whatever you want to give, please.
Right. So, but I just wanted to update you all. We still do not have that.
And I think when he did the salary study, they didn't have it down that we do business license and driver's license. He didn't have that included until when he just did our work study. So maybe he'll see it, but right now we need some help.
Question, when they updated yours for the work study, did they update where that you did the birth certificates,
They
the
put
passports?
that down in there.
I know it. Well, I will tell you, you've got the friendliest office in here, and thank you for that. They treat everybody the same regardless, especially the older folks, and I appreciate that for myself.
Thank you very much, Ms. Henderson.
Mr. Long, may I ask Miss Amanda a question?
Yes.
The salary study, any idea when we will have that?
I've been told June, but the gentleman who is doing it has had some health problems, and that's what's caused the delay. I do know he's still actively working on it, so I think the last Wendy heard from him, it was going to be June. He was trying to get, I think, Washington County's salary information to have another comparable, but he hasn't gotten that yet.
Thank you, Miss Amanda.
This time we'll go to data processing. Mr. Mayor, you're going to fill in for Jeff on that. It'd
Yes,
be
I
tab-
will. If you will turn to tab 22. Our data supervisor, data processing supervisor is manning the sound system and the camera back here, so I'm filling in for him. If we have any big questions, we'll go back there. The big thing to notice here is a reduction in almost $30,000 in his budget, and that was due to our data process, make sure I got the right line, data processing services that is now divided in all the departments with our Office 365. That's now divided, so there's a reduction in that. And the increases that you have, for example, $3,400 for contract with private agencies, that is for our security and our computer systems, spam prevention, data loss prevention, backups, making sure things are encrypted as they should be. Those are part of those costs. And if you drop down to the bottom, data processing equipment, that is obviously to keep our computers and printers and office needs up to date as they're needed or needed to be replaced. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This time we will go into the nonprofits, and I'm going to start with the Hamilton County Substance Abuse Coalition. There someone here to represent those?
I have some papers to hand out. Can I do that?
Yes, ma'am. Care to introduce yourself? You and your
My name's Stephanie Hardy. I'm the executive director of the coalition, and thank you all for allowing us to come and speak today. This is Lori Diamond. She is our fiscal manager in the office.
Thank you.
She wears many hats, like we all do. Tell you a little bit about our coalition. But first, substance abuse is a daunting problem, and many families in Hamilton County are battling it every day. The Hamilton County Substance Abuse Coalition has been educating youth and young adults for almost 20 years. Actually, next year will be our 20th year here in Hamilton County. Educating our children about drug effects and offering alternative life skills must be a priority, and we must keep doing that. HCSAC was founded in 2006 as a subsidiary of Stepping Out Ministries, and it was called HEAT, or Hamlin Education Awareness Team. In 2009, the coalition changed its name to Hamlin County Substance Abuse Coalition. And in 2011, we became our own 501c3. We are the only organization 100% focused on reducing substance use and misuse through prevention education. Our goal is to be proactive so other agencies do not have to be reactive. 95% of our clients are from Hamlin County. CASA, which is our Spanish coalition, and it's spelled with a K, 80% of their clients are from Hamlin County, but their services extend into all of Region 2, which includes Hamlin, Granger, Cock, Greene, Sevier, Hawkins, and others. Being the only Hispanic coalition in East Tennessee, the need can arise to assist other coalitions, which we're happy to do. We partner with local schools and community organizations to tell the dangers and consequences of substance abuse to students, teachers, parents, and community leaders. Hamlin County Substance Abuse Coalition teaches building skills to youth ages 12 to 18 that meet the participant where they are in their life journey. This program gives youth the power to overcome life obstacles and trauma in a positive way. The Youth Connection is a drug prevention and leadership project intended to harness the power of peer pressure, making it a positive force to encourage youth to live free of drugs, alcohol, and tobacco. HCSAC also teaches a family recovery workshop series that helps families understand the addiction process and gives support to families and friends affected by a loved one struggling with substance misuse. As I said before, we have a Hispanic coalition, CASA, devoted to the Hispanic community in the area. CASA started in 2011 when we saw the population rising in this area. This program addresses issues within the Hispanic culture, from alcoholism, drug addiction, parenting obstacles, Hispanic version of building skills, a Hispanic version of Celebrate Recovery. We also have a radio program in Sevier County on Quay Bueno. There's a Families Fortes class, or Strong Families, and they also assist us working in the schools and the community to teach substance abuse prevention. That is the programs we cover mostly. We try to get into the schools and teach in the middle and high schools especially. We've been able to be in the elementary schools some this year. Does anyone have any questions?
Are you involved with any churches?
We have been, yes. We have spoke at some churches, and there are some that support us, like Trinity United Methodist, Centenary Methodist, First Presbyterian, Catherine Inney Baptist, and then our director at CASA, Alexis Sandino, is also pastor of the Spanish church at First Baptist Church, so they partner with us as well. We have worked with other Spanish churches in the area.
Any other questions? Mr. Horner?
I just want to compliment you for jumping in and behind Paul.
Thank you.
I know it was, Paul Hyde was really big in this program. I think you've done a good job.
I worked alongside Paul as a volunteer and a board member for about 15 years. So after he passed, I felt led to apply for the position, and I felt honored to step in and do that.
Any other questions? Mr. Richards?
If you ask for funding from anybody else, like the city of Morristown?
We have applied this year to the city of Morristown
Morristown, and we've requested $15,000. And we've also applied to United Way for the first time in the history, and we've requested $25,000, which will help us, continue our programs.
Mr. Long, if I may.
Yes,
I
Ms.
can
Green.
hear some of the commissioners on that side, but some of them I can't not even hear over here. And thank you, because I could hear you, and I appreciate that.
How much was that dollar amount from the city?
$15,000.
Any other questions?
You won't know if you've got it or not, their budget. About a week away.
Probably a week or two. I think their budget committee meeting is toward, the 1st of June, second week of June, and hopefully we'll get you opportunity to see there as well.
If there's no other questions, we appreciate you coming today. Thank you very much. We have representatives from Stepping Out Ministry. Come forward, please. Got a handout.
I have some handouts
Go
we
ahead.
would like to share as well. So first and foremost, I want to thank everyone for your commitment and dedication to our community.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great honor to be here as the executive director of Stepping Out. I have been with the agency now for 4 years, but our agency has been serving Hamlin County and the surrounding counties now for almost 34 years. And we are a faith-based nonprofit here in Morristown that teaches life skills education to adults, which that's so much more than that. But we advocate for individuals to rise above adversity and take ownership of their future to become positive role models for our next generation. And our curriculum equips them with spiritual, emotional, and physical education that will consist of court-ordered mandated classes such as anger management, parenting, domestic violence courses, some money management skills. We have a Renew Your Mind automatic positive thinking course. We have a Working Wise course where we collaborate within our community and teach individuals work skills. We are in the jail teaching domestic violence, our managing emotions nonviolent course, and I am in there weekly advocating for our programs and seeing individuals come out of incarceration and come to me to get also not only life skills but recovery support and work skills. We have a clothing closet that we provide for our participants. That is free to them. That is originally was designed for them to come and get interview. They can come and obtain clothing for interviews. And we will try to collaborate within the community and work with other programs to get them hopefully back into society, into the workforce. The majority of our classes last about 8 weeks. Our Managing Emotions Nonviolently course is the only state certified program within this county. I just came back last night from attending the state council meeting and conference summit for domestic violence. And I will share with you, unfortunately, in Hamlin County, we are seeing a rising need for continuous education and that crime. We are currently at a capacity teaching 5 domestic violence courses a week right now. And due to the state certification requirements, I'm only allowed a certain amount of people in my class, so we are starting a waiting list. So there is a great need for that course. But last year we served 200 additional new families in Morristown, and I foresee that being even a greater need this year. My heart and passion is to collaborate and work with other agencies because I believe it's going to require community to save a community. So you will find us weekly at Matt's Homeless Shelter teaching courses. I go to McNabb, teach to the jail to work ladies twice a week. We're in the jail on Wednesdays teaching 2 domestic violence courses. And we're at multiple recovery facilities within Hamlin and the surrounding counties throughout the month. teaching our classes. So, any other questions? I don't know if I left anything out. I just really wanted to come here. I could stand here and share about my heart and my passion for this agency. I have witnessed success stories after success stories. I'm actually a success story. Many years ago, I was a victim of child abuse and abandonment and domestic violence and homelessness, and I've experienced addiction and overcome a lot of adversities. And it's a great honor to be able to represent and be an agent of change in my community. I love serving in Hamlin County, and it's a great honor to be able to impact the lives of those that are in our community. And today I would like for you to hear firsthand some of those testimonies, because again, I can share my heart and share my passion about why I do what I do, but I want you to hear it directly from those that have gotten their children back, gotten sustainable income and housing, and has remained successful in our society and in our community. And I do want to share that the retention rate in our program is about 30%. And what that entails is that individuals will come through our program and complete it, and then they'll continuously keep coming back to additional programs because they have witnessed and seen that the impact that it has made. We'll share the video now. This is our Voices of Impact video.
My name is Rebecca Carpenter, and I'm here to tell my story. I was chosen as a member for Recovery Court in October of 2022. Before my journey started with the Recovery Court, I grew up abused, neglected, abandoned. I hadn't been clean and sober a day in my life since I was 6 years old. I was very far gone mentally to the point where I didn't even know I needed to drink or use. So some days were just spent not even being able to take care of myself or keep myself clean or want to be around anybody, to go to their houses. Whenever they first chose me and come got me out of jail, I was so very sick. I was so sick. And they saw that, and yet they still chose to take me. I also started attending Celebrate Recovery here at Stepping Out Ministries, which brought me back to the power of prayer and gave me some gratitude and some hope. Gave me some hope. Visiting Stepping Out Ministries, it brings a sense of peace into my mind and my world, I can't say enough words to express my gratitude to the entire Recovery Court mental health team. Laura's on the team, reached out to me, and she told us her story, and I was truly amazed at the power of God. My long-term goal as a parent is to get my CPRS so that I can become a peer support addiction counselor, so that I can give myself and my children something they can be proud of. This cannot happen and wouldn't have happened had I not had the people around me to help me heal to the point where I can do these things and I can be successful. Mental health and recovery court team, they really pulled one off. They got this program started. I was the only one for a while, but they got Anna Woods and Nathan Harrison, and so we have our own team now. And Recovery Court has their team, but we have our own team now. I'm about to move out on my own, into my own home, and I want to keep Stepping Out Ministries and Celebrate Recovery a part of my life and a part of my home, and watch my home grow spiritually and toward being an asset to the community and not being a liability. God has really brought me back to a place where it's new to me. It's new to me. And it's a very good kind of news. Because now I can help other people reach out to them and reach people who can't be reached.
My name is Lawrence Locklear, and I became affiliated with the Stepping Out program back in May of 2024. I kind of was made to come here through the courts. I graduated in July, but I still continue to come even though, you know, I'm not mandated to do so now because it's a wonderful program and it's really helped me in a lot of ways. I come from the inner city, Detroit, and all my life, you know, it was just, you know, the streets and things like that. And APT, they helped me learn to deal with situations in more of a positive aspect and to try and put yourself in their shoes at times. You know, it's not just about you. Before, you know, the smallest thing could, you know, just set me off. I was like a walking time bomb sometimes, you know, and now if I start feeling that, I don't bottle it up anymore. I, you know, find the root of what the real problem is and I confront it, but in a reasonable fashion. Even though you get that paper saying that you have graduated and, you know, that you're not mandated to come anymore, the doors are still open. And that's the best part of it all. Because if, like I said, if you feel that you're kind of sliding, you know, backsliding a little bit, you can always come back and, you know, start that same process over. That's why I keep coming and I stayed. So this way, I know by the time if I ever even stop coming, I might never stop coming. So, you know, I know that I have that backbone from the people here and the program to keep me walking that straight path, you know, and it keeps me in tune with God. And a lot of people hopefully will find God through it that, you know, never really put God in their thinking before. So, and it keeps me grounded.
My name is Lucas Lowe, and I came in contact with Stepping Out from a recovery program that I did here in Morristown called Abundant Hope. I was a pretty hardcore drug addict for a long time, years. I was an IV user. I got in a lot of trouble, and one day I guess I got in too much trouble, and I went in front of a judge, and he gave me the option of incarceration or rehabilitation. I took the rehab, thank God. I love this place. It gave me a good, safe environment to self-evaluate myself, learn things that I never did learn growing up, you know. But then, like, the staff here, you can really see the fruits on them that they allowed things like this to produce. People that have been doing this walk for several years, they really, you can see it in them, you can see it working, and but you see a transformed human in front of you be more like Jesus, which in the end is ultimately the goal. And that's not easy, you know. I'll tell you now, if some of these things in my new life are harder than anything I ever dealt with before when I was running the streets and doing drugs, because it can be hard to live right. It can be. It's hard to deny yourself. It's hard to get to a point with somebody where it's like, you can hurt me, and I'm not going to hurt you back. That's hard, y'all. That's really, really hard. It's the only way I know of that offers these kinds of classes with a firm foundation of faith. You don't see that much anymore, especially in the world we live in now. So it kind of combines everything you need for success. If you do it, if you really put the work in, if you really try, you'll make it. You'll do better. And this with you forever. Because the things that you learn in the Bible and the things that you learn from classes like this, no one can take it away from you. It can be planted right in your heart. And it feels really good to know you have something that no one can take from you no matter what. No matter what situation I'm in. If I'm sitting in a jail cell, no one can take the word of God away from me. No one can take Jesus away from me. The things that I learned here, it's mine. It's mine, and other people can have it too. It's the only thing that ever did work, and continues to work in my life every day.
My name is Whitney Miller, and I came to know Stepping Out through the McNabb Center about 4 years ago when I was in the Jail to Work program. And they came to Helen Ross and did classes for us on budgeting and saving, and also working lives, which was just to better equip us to re-enter the workforce. I hadn't held down a job maybe ever in my life, you know, and had lost most of the jobs I had had due to drug use or alcohol or, you know, not working well with others. So I learned those skills through Stepping Out. The catalyst that led to me being ready to change my life was, it was rock bottom. I had lost custody of my phone, and even that alone, it was years after, before I got clean and sober, and I had been sentenced to 2 years in jail, which was an amount of time I had never done before. And so that, to me, that was rock bottom. I was really bad on meth, and I had just lost touch with reality altogether. I didn't trust my own thoughts. I didn't know what was real. I lacked trust. And so eventually I was fed up and I turned myself in. When I did get to Helen Ross McNabb, and they offered all these classes and parenting classes, I mean, we did everything. I would have never found these classes without Helen Ross McNabb. I think a lot of people don't know what's out there, and that there are people who want to help and know how to help. I am grateful for the struggles that I went through, the jail, the rehab, because that led me to everything else. Wonderful, fulfilling life that I have now. And I wouldn't be who I am without those struggles. And I do believe God orchestrated all of it. The lows, you know, He allowed them to build me into who I am. So today, I am volunteering at the McNabb Center, and I teach a workout class for the girls to help prepare them for work. And this is just because so much was given to me there by Stepping Out and other programs that I feel I want to give back and show all that God's done in my life, and use the struggles I went through and give them purpose to help others. And it's been life-altering.
My name is Laura Moore, and I am the Executive Director here at Stepping Out. Today you have heard just a few of the impact stories of the lives that God is restoring here at Stepping Out. We thank you for your continued support. We are grateful to our partners who are committed to strengthening families and building stronger and healthier communities. Together, we are making a difference and changing the future for generations. Again, thank you, and God bless you. That was a little lengthy, but thank you so very much for the time, because those are the stories. That's why we do what we do, and why we believe in our program. It is changing lives, and your support will just add to that. We are currently developing new programs, We are starting a digital literacy program, so where individuals will be able to come in from the community and apply for jobs. Right there, we can help them with resumes and help them obtain employment. So we're pretty excited about that, and we also will be expanding our programs within the Hamlin County Jail by the end of the fall or early spring. And we are looking forward in hopes that that will also make a greater impact in the community and with the recidivism rates. Today with me is Lisa Grooms. She is our board chair, and she has come today to share how she came to stepping out and how it's impacted her life. Thank you.
Keep it brief, okay? When the Lord led me to stepping out in March of 2015, little did I realize I would actually have to utilize one of those programs for myself. And if I get emotional, I'm sorry. In July of 2015, I lost my husband. And my life took a spiral down very quickly emotionally. The late Patrice Puglisi, she came straight to me and she said, Lisa, you really need to take our APT, Automatic Positive Thinking. She said, it will get you through this. I said, okay, Patrice, let me think about it. Well, she let me think about it 2 years. In July of 2017, she gave me my ultimatum. You either start this date or you start this date. So I reluctantly started the class. I still didn't think I needed it. I was doing just fine. I was getting by. But I soon realized that there was something going on. And it wasn't until one of the other ladies in the class came up to me one night and she wanted to shake my hand. And she said, Mrs. Grooms, I just want to thank you for making me realize the kind of woman I want to be. She went on to say how she wanted my kind of confidence, that when she talks to people, she can help them the way I had helped them in that class. And when I went home that night, I looked in a mirror and I'm trying to see that confident woman she's talking about, because I didn't see her. I didn't feel the confidence. And I started doing a lot of soul searching, and it all came back to my husband's death. But it wasn't his death itself, it was the problem. It was anger. I had let anger fester up inside of me to the point where it was starting to dictate my life. What I was doing, how I was reacting, what I was feeling, but I didn't know if I could let it go. So the last night of the class, we're going in for the final activity, and you're given a rock. And that rock is to represent what's holding you back, what's keeping you from doing what you need to do or being who you want to be. And I'm sitting there that night with that rock in my hand, and I'm oblivious to everyone else around me because my heart felt like it was going to beat right out of my chest. I was scared to death. I did not know if I could let go of that anger and what was going to happen if I let go of that anger. And there were some that night that couldn't let go of their rock. But before mine hit the bottom of that bucket, the weight that was lifted off of me, I felt it come off of me. And I felt so free. And when I left stepping out that night, I knew what I wanted to do, and I knew where I wanted to go. And I began on that journey, and every year since, I have stepped just a little bit further out of my comfort zone. And I honestly don't know where I would be today if it wasn't for Patrice Puglisi and Stepping Out Incorporated, because I definitely wouldn't be standing in front of you here. But I just want to thank each and every one of you for what you do and for helping us to continue what we need to do. Thank you.
Any questions?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We sort of appreciate you coming today.
You work team night in our substance abuse that we have now?
Yes, sir, I do. I sit on the Hamlin County Recovery Court and the Mental Health Court each week.
So,
I'm part of that team.
I have.
Ms. Howe?
Yes, sir, thank you. So do you have some companies that get in touch with you all and say, we'll hire?
So we work with the Bear Corps. and the reentry program.
Okay.
And we try to, we have a list of employers that we've compiled that will hire felons, because a lot of these individuals has a history in the justice involved individuals. So we try. We're working on that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate all you do.
Thank you for your time. I
Thank you.
appreciate you.
This time I would ask that Marshtown EMS please come forward. That'd be fine.
My name's Danny Housewright. I'm the director at Morristown Hamlin EMS, and Captain Thompson is the one passing out some handouts I'd like to present to the commission. First of all, I'd like to thank you for allowing Morristown EMS the opportunity to come before you today. We deeply appreciate your time and your commitment to the citizens of Hamlin County. I come to you today not only as the director and a representative of my service, but I come to you as behalf of every citizen and visitor that one day will eventually call 911 and depend on us to show up when seconds matter. You know, tonight, members of our team will be attending an event called Excellence in EMS. We're celebrating a very special success story. Hamlin County resident was enjoying a round of golf with his friends. He told me that morning he was having a really good day, right up until he walked up to the green. Next thing he knew, he woke up in ICU. What happened in the in-between should have killed him. He suffered a heart attack, caused a lethal arrhythmia. His heart had stopped beating. He stopped breathing. He was dead. His friends did exactly what we hoped every citizen would do. They called 911 and began CPR. Our EMS crews arrived on the scene, began providing life-saving treatment. Because of their efforts, the man survived. He's alive today. He's home with his family. He's going to be with us tonight at the event where we're honoring this particular call. He's walking proof that EMS matters and being ready saves lives. And that's why I'm here today. We're not here asking for operational funding. We're asking the commission to invest in the ability for us to continue saving lives. We're requesting $200,000 to purchase a new ambulance, a tangible asset that will directly serve your constituents. This isn't an abstract budget line. This is a truck that your voters will see on the road, that will hear in their neighborhoods, that will rely on in their most critical moment. Currently, we replace one ambulance a year, and we're looking to retire a unit that's a 2011 model with nearly 290,000 miles. While it's still running thanks to the excellent maintenance program from Penske, time and mileage eventually outpace even the best upkeep. Our county resolution requires all active ambulances have fewer than 300,000 miles. This one is nearly there. It's served us well. However, its time is up. The cost of a new ambulance continues to rise each year, just like everything else, while reimbursement from insurance has failed to keep pace. We work hard to stay financially independent. As you all are well aware, Morristown Hamlin EMS receives no scheduled reoccurring funding from the county. But this investment will make a direct, measurable impact. The new ambulance will take approximately 6 to 7 months to arrive. We are simply asking for your partnership to make this purchase. I understand budgets are tight, but I truly believe this is a worthy investment, not just in a vehicle, but in the lives it will help save and the care it will provide for years to come. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service. And thank you for considering our request. Morristown Hamlin EMS remains committed to providing high-quality emergency care to our community expects and deserves. Thank you. I'll take any questions if anyone has any.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Hall.
this, I assume, will come equipped with the stretchers, new stretchers and everything?
Yes, sir.
Equipped
That is
with
correct. It will not have a stretcher. It will have the load
It'll have the
system.
lift and everything.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It does not come with a heart monitor either. That will be just passed on. We already have them for our trucks. It will just be exchanged.
Right.
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Hale.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Go ahead. It'll come.
You may have already stated this, but I didn't hear it, and/or you may tell us later, but are you able to go to the city and request any funds?
We briefly talked about it. I have the chairman of my board here with me as well as another board member. We talked about it. We were too late to get on the city's agenda at this time, but our plan is next year to approach them. I spoke with Mayor Cutshaw briefly about that. I think he broke the ground a little bit this year, but we're going to fully approach it next year.
That was my question, because I noticed it said Morristown Hamlin, and I thought y'all have gone to the city.
That's correct. We have not gone to the city as of yet, no ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, thank you.
Do you know the ratio of calls city to county?
Just a second. Mayor Cutshaw was obtaining that from 911 for us.
I've already worked on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like Hamlin County was 3,181 calls. Morristown City, 9,177 calls.
And there we are. Wow.
May I ask another question?
Yes, Ms.
This may pertain to the mayor, and I'm unaware. I know that the city they're going over their budget, making some decisions. Is that right? And did you already go? I'm sorry.
That's fine, not yours. Let me borrow it.
I'm asking the mayor, did you already go to the city when they said, I'm sorry, we're closed, we've already got our information for this year? Or is it possible to go ahead to the city and say, whoops, I'm sorry, but can you reconsider about taking us before you make your budget?
You want to answer that, or you want me to answer it?
My guess is there could always be a request. I was in the city's presentation. They did not include this. I had mentioned it to them. Maybe I was late to the game as far as that request, but I certainly feel like it's a fund that should be, proportional. E911 is funded proportionally. And I feel that this service, obviously, we're grateful for these guys being there, this service being there, but that's my opinion. And but this body's, that's your debate.
Yes, Ms.
I remember a comment, so I guess you'd made, it's been a while, and Knox County had asked for some ambulances. And I remember you said, well, no, we can't. I have to, and they needed them even as much as we, but anyway. And you said, no, I have Hamlin County I need to serve. And I thought, wow, that made me feel good about us, that you were protecting us, even though their need was, and they're strapped as well, but thank you for staying the course.
Applying about is we had Knox County was in a very bad need. They had several 911 calls come in. They were calling counties all around, even Hamlin County, to get people to respond to 911 calls. But unfortunately, staffing situation is dire all over the state of Tennessee in EMS, and we just could not spare it. We have a mutual aid agreement with every county that touches Hamlin County. And if we would have had the spare units, of course, I would have sent one, but one was not available at that time, and our priority must be Morristown, Hamlin County.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I clarify the numbers, please, on the calls for Hamlin County and the calls for city?
1,000 to 3,000.
Was it?
County was 3,181. City was 9,177.
Thank you.
About a 75-25 split.
Yeah.
So it'd be a third, two-thirds of it.
Well, it's 12,368 total calls, and if you do the math, it's about a 75-25 split.
Okay.
75-25 split. roughly.
If you do the math, they need to give them about 600,000 and, anyway.
Well, I just happen to know someone on the city council. And what everybody may think, we don't talk about things. It just doesn't come up that way. But I know as a commissioner and/or as a citizen, we all have the opportunity to go before them. And I do know they have not made their decisions yet. So I think I'll be making a visit this upcoming Tuesday.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Horn.
would y'all go and make a presentation?
Yes, I will. Of course, I would confer to my board of directors. Chief Taylor is the chairman of the committee, and if they give me the go-ahead, yes, sir.
There you go.
We'll talk.
Very well.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming today. We appreciate everything that you do for us.
Thank you.
I had 0 pool.
Yeah, but they had 6,000 more calls. They had 6,000 more calls. Hurt you.
This time we'll address the Hamilton County Library. Amanda, you want to start it? You or the mayor?
Well,
Or
I was hoping Shelley might be able to be here, but she's got some sickness in her family. So just to, real quickly, I'm on the library board as well as Stan. And the library has requested an additional, it's on tab 56, $26,000 in an increase for their budget for next year. That's mainly operational, some minor salary increases. We're hoping to get them on the state's health insurance plan, which will help the county. And there'll be a small increase of that cost as well. I don't know, Stan, if you want to address the capital need with the roof?
Yeah, there's, just like other buildings, it's like owning a house. There are things that you have to keep up with. The roof has quite a few issues. We've noticed some leaks. There have been some repairs made. Very interesting that you know, one of the repairs was $800, something like that. The problem was it caused about $3,000 or $4,000 worth of damage down in the library. So what would you rather spend, $800 or have to keep buying books and everything else? There's a lot of, we're seeing some structural issues up in the roof where there's some rot and some different things. And if it's not taken care of and taken care of pretty quickly, it's just going to cause other issues.
Well,
Ms. Howe?
Yes, sir, thank you. So following up, so do they need the 26 and the 30?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Peggy, I just wanted to also point, like, last year, they had a request for capital that we didn't fund. The bill asked them just to come back as they needed it because they wanted to upgrade the community room. And they were able to, on their own, do all those upgrades either through the Friends of the Library or donations. And if you haven't seen the new community room, I'd encourage everyone to go over there and look at it. It's quite a transformation.
Absolutely.
And so for them to be able to do that on their own, you know, it is. It's impressive. And then to come back, you know, so what we've kind of budgeted or thought we might need to spend in the past for those upgrades, we didn't have to do. So this roof is really, really important.
Any other questions? Mr. Mayor, can you, we're not going to have anybody here from Cherokee Park. I do understand that the capital project on that one, tab 55, is for a used truck. I think they're selling the truck that they have now. They would surplus it and buy a used truck, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. The used truck that they have is worn out, and they are looking to replace that with another used vehicle, but obviously they would surplus that vehicle.
Tab
My
46.
bad. 46. Is this the, okay, Parks and Board, yeah. Okay. Pretty straightforward budget as far as this. The increases are slight. You can see those. They're broke out with longevity. You know, just minor changes that are needed. Maintenance and repair services, obviously, with the cost increases each and every year with materials and needs for those things. The biggest one would be workers' compensation insurance, and we're looking at a 13% increase in that. Is there any questions on this one?
Reason Mr. King couldn't be here, they have a full park today. From my understanding, every pavilion's full, and there's a lot going on out there today. So is there any other
Exactly.
questions on this? Ms. Howe?
Cherokee Park is the Hamlin County.
Yes, ma'am. It's our only park. Yes, ma'am. We're doing our best to revitalize the place. Yeah. Absolutely. Anyone else? Okay. I can do debt service. It was at the end, we can go ahead and do debt service, and what we did, everyone, we tried to build a schedule. Obviously, we're ahead of schedule, which is better than being behind. But that said, some of the folks that we'd asked to be here are not here by the determination that we gave them. Yeah, it's on. I'm probably not speaking into it good. You want to go ahead and do debt service, Chairman?
You want to step forward?
For which one?
For the mayor gets started, I will address that the Marshtown City did ask for additional $200,000 for the Park and Recreation Department. I don't know where you've seen that in your book. That was under tab 56, correct? We already give them $300,000. But we also need to take in consideration, and I'm going to throw this out there, it'll be addressed later, but we've also lost money for the SRO program from the city. So we really need to take this in consideration once we start looking at it. You want to go ahead, Mayor?
Just to tag team with that, Chairman, in the budget overview, even the school system mentioned 3 extra SROs. We actually have 5 that are funded entirely by the county at this point, $425,000. 3 that are new because of dual campuses, but 1 extra each at Marshtown Hamlin East and Marshtown Hamlin West. So we have requested assistance from the city. And also, I can't say the schools yet, that's still deliberating, But yet, you know, in the last 2 years, they had helped us get the SRO program off the ground. And that was when the major costs were incurred. But now we have 5 that we are outside of the grant program. And that money is all falling on the county. And again, just as EMS, we're all using we're all grateful for the SROs. We're not advocating not to, but I just feel like to be the chief advocate for this county, we need assistance. We'd like for everybody to have a little skin in the game, if you will. So that.
Mr. Richards.
Along with that, I've been looking at the social services nonprofit stuff for the city.
Yes, sir.
And it looks like everything's a zero out right now, but they have allocated $250,000. And if you look at our nonprofits, you know, including the fire stations and whatnot, we're at about $2.6 million. Our nonprofit line item is.
That's correct.
So there's a big discrepancy between, you know, what we're willing to, or what they're asking for us and what looks like the city's willing to get.
I agree.
And we share a lot of these services together. You know, some of them are voluntary. And, you know, if you're passionate about something, you might consider donating yourself. But some of them are necessary, like the fire departments and the EMS and whatnot, but libraries. And I think we have some interagency agreements with some of these.
That's correct.
That we've agreed over the years to fund. So we're kind of locked in there. But I think there's a big void of what they're asking from us. And you know, we're in just like everybody else, we're in a pickle with overruns and budgets and stuff. And, you know, we don't know what the new tax rate's going to be, but where do you stop and where do you start?
Sure. And I'll add to that the new tax rate. You know, we're trying to balance the budget on what we expect. New tax rate, when it comes in, it really doesn't change the budget whether it's balanced or not. But just to add that, but to Mr. Richardson's point, you know, that's, Mr. Chairman, if you'll give me just a moment of latitude. This body, right now, you're hearing all the budget presentations. All the presentations. On May the 22nd, the Sheriff's Department will give theirs. Then, at that point, you'll have all presentations in your hand. Then deliberations begin. What Mr. Richardson just brought up would be a deliberation. Right. How to approach that. Is there a need for change? I would not advocate to not help our emergency services or volunteer fire department. And there's others. I don't have the list in front of me, but you know, maybe there's another answer there besides the depth that we're in. I don't advocate anyone. I think all these programs that we assist currently are great. So, but I just say that it's deliberations that this body could take up and consider. Does that help?
It helps. Don't break my record. We're ahead of schedule, so.
Is it, to approach this, what Mr. Richardson said, to approach this, is it best to just take, all right, this is the county, this is the city, and the county will issue this much. But the city, you know, they haven't heard their budget request, have they?
Yes, they've heard their budget.
Have they?
They
So
said
they could go to the city on the other percentage.
well, they could. I think the city government takes a figure, a total figure, and works down from that. They set an amount and work divided up accordingly, and they don't go over that amount. That's what I'm pretty certain they do.
So do we need to do the same thing?
Again, that would be deliberations for the body when that comes.
That would be when we deliver.
It appears that the city has funded a blank $250,000 for this budget year. They don't tell how they're going to break it up. Yeah, for nonprofits.
And to that, that's why I say, there's some of those services that are not included, such as they don't have volunteer fire departments.
Sure.
That's not, in my opinion, that's not debatable. We have to fund them. That affects every citizens with, ISO rating. That's something you have to have. And really it's something that maybe we underfund, if you will, but we do what we can.
If you take the schools and now they don't have the sewer because MUS took that over. That's a big expense.
These are
they're not gonna
pulling the
have.
Band-Aid off ideas. And it's time to look at some of this and balancing our budget.
One more question before we start.
Mr. Neesmith had his hand up first, but I'd just like him to reiterate how much for the 5 SROs, please.
425,000, and that's give or take just a little. We are assuming that 75,000 that the state grant provides for each SRO. We're assuming that figure, and for the most part, it covers it. But there may be one that has a couple thousand over for one reason, or a couple thousand under. So, but yes, we're estimating that at 425,000.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Carry
Debt
on.
service, if you will. Our annual debt report for this year, ending June 30th of 2025. So our total debt as of 6/30/24, $130 million. 52,000. 48. Currently, we are still maintaining our Moody's rating and our Standard & Poor's rating, AA3 and AA minus. Those ratings indicate a very strong credit worthiness and a very high grade investment value. We've done well in managing our debt over the years. Obviously, you have to maintain that to get these ratings. These ratings help us in future success as far as how we can borrow money and the rates at which we can get. And if you look, our debt service, what we're looking at right now, our general debt service fund, it should grow actually in the next year by just a little bit. Okay, just a little bit, and that's by the revenues that we expect and how we project our expenditures. So going to that, this is a chart, and I know it's hard to read right here. It's in your packet, if you will. You can go back to your overview packet. It's in there, and it shows how the debt payments and compared to our annual revenue. The very top line is our annual revenue, and all those others are our debt that's been issued through bonds and so forth. It includes, like the West High School project, our jail and justice center, the Meadowview and Lincoln schools renovation for taking the open classrooms to the traditional learning environments. It includes our landfill. It includes the shredder. Now, those things, the shredder and the landfill itself, those debts are basically passed through. We issue the debt, but their keeping fees, whatever you will, they pay us, and because they can't issue debt, only the county can issue that debt. Any questions? It's pretty straightforward as far as that's what we have, and the basic pay down schedule, you can see the scale, and this is how it's broke down. Should have brought my book. I can't see all the numbers, but our outstanding debt, of course, the $130 million, and how that's broke down, the county schools is like 25% of our total debt. Okay? Any question in that? The rest of it would be things that we have in our general fund debt, all the building, and obviously our jail and justice center takes up a big portion of that. Now, this is a good slide to comment on. Our total debt per capita. If ever man, woman, and child paid $2,000 right now, we could pay off every debt we have. That's where we're at. Now, compare that to our next door neighbors. What we have to show for is a new school, a new justice center, renovations that are going on. Those are the items that we have that our neighbors do not have. I mean, obviously, building a jail is one of the hardest things to do. I'd rather build a school, but you know what? We had to build a jail, and that's where we're at. That is part of our debt. That's a big part of our debt at this point, and there was no way around that. Obviously, we have to continue to look at capital investment in keeping the schools going. That has to pass through us. That's where we're at right now. Is there any questions?
Mr. Chairman, on this slide right here, I think you have to also look at, like Sevier County.
Yes, sir.
I mean, they've got money hand over fist over there because of tourism and everything else.
Absolutely.
So they're able to do better. You look at some of these others, they don't have half of what we offer as far as services and everything.
No, we're very
So,
fortunate, and good point, Commissioner. That is certainly the truth. And when you think about Sevier County, they're included with Davidson County, Shelby County,
Right.
Hamilton County, and now actually Rutherford County, and how they can sustain things with what they have coming in. Sevier County is its own entity basically because of the tourism. They don't have our problems. Okay, they do not. What we do is collect. How we pay our debt off is the proration and the property tax. Okay, how we do that, and we collect approximately $7 million a year that goes to pay our debt. Okay, and 1.8 million extra dollars that would come from interest income, and all that is dedicated to paying our debt service. Any questions in that? So our full debt report is on our website. If you want to look at that, it's several pages long, but this is an overview of our debt service. If there's no other questions? Thank you.
Just one thing I would like to say there, if you look at one of our neighbors, we are lucky here in Hamilton County. We have a neighbor county that right now can't afford to build a jail that is desperately needing one because of the flooding and stuff. So we take for granted that how good we do have it in Hamilton County.
That's
So,
correct.
Ms. Howe?
Well, the other thing is too, I know we keep saying jail, but the jail is this part, but we have a brand-new justice center too.
That's correct. That's
And
correct.
it's, you know, here's the skinny and here's the justice center.
That's correct.
And yeah, big investment.
It is a great investment, and what's lost in the whole idea is it's a 40 to 50 year capital investment.
There you go.
We won't have to do this again. Well, I doubt any of us will have to do this again. I'm just guessing that, okay? At least I hope we're not sitting in these seats in 40 to 50 years, okay? But that said, that is lost in the concept of what's being done. And it's the animal in the room. You can't get away from it. But any other questions? I hope that's Teresa West behind me.
No.
Okay.
Here.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This time we will go to the Juvenile Court, tab 29. Ms. Doty, will you come to the podium, please? Thank you for being here.
Cindy, I'm not getting in front of you, but kind of the format, if you want to discuss the main changes in juvenile court is some salary increases for Cindy's attendance. You can explain that better than me.
Salary increases are for my deputy director and my probation officer and also the temporary holding resource center manager. And what y'all need to understand is, in essence, in our department, we are a very small department. There's 4 of us, okay? We all do probation on top of whatever our other normal job responsibilities are. We all work in the temporary holding resource center also. If a juvenile is brought in during the day from school or just from a law officer out here in the community, then whoever is in the office that day is the person who works booking that juvenile in, searching that juvenile, dressing that juvenile out, doing the assessments that are required by state law on that juvenile. So we are basically, we do everything. And what I am asking is just for a small increase to bring up the 2 positions that are currently below the $40,000 mark that is being paid to the adult probation officers, which has recently been established. And I realize that Mr. Baird will be coming before y'all, if he is not already, asking for additional probation officers. These ladies, one lady has been there 4 years. She took a 2-year break and has recently come back to refill that position. The other lady has been there almost 2 years. All people in my department have at least an associate's degree. Everyone in that department is on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Okay? On Christmas Day, we could get a phone call that there has been a murder and a juvenile has been arrested. If we're unable to get one of the 6 attendants, which is what we call our juvenile correctional people who are part-time PRN people to come in to work temporary holding, 2 of us out of the 4 of us is going into holding to sit with that person charged with first-degree murder. Okay? Also, if we have a juvenile charged with something and the judge determines that that juvenile may be released on bond and places that juvenile on house arrest, then it is up to the probation officer who has been assigned that juvenile to provide that house arrest. That means they must go to that juvenile's home at any point in time during the day or night that is needed. They have to go into the home, search the juvenile's room for weapons, drugs, whatever. If the parents call and the juvenile is giving them problems, the probation officer is out there. If it's 2 o'clock in the morning, the probation officer is up and out at that home at 2 o'clock in the morning. They are the first ones usually to get there, long before law enforcement ever gets there. If we have a juvenile that is on probation and that juvenile is giving that parent trouble, probation officer goes out to the home to see what can be helped, what can be done. They try to remedy those problems long before law enforcement ever gets called. All this is done without a gun on their hip, without pepper spray, without any specialized training in self-defense. You're taking a 32-year-old woman and you're sending her out to a home to monitor a 17 and a half year old who's been charged with murder, first-degree murder. And that lady, I believe, deserves the same respect and the same initiative as an adult probation officer who does not go to the home, who only meets with their probation at their office. We supervise urine drug screens, not only for the juveniles that are on probation, but for every juvenile that is charged in the county with an offense. We provide specialized assessments to provide to the judge, to be able to assist the judge to know exactly what type of treatment this juvenile needs. We provide just to the community, not to just kids who are on probation, who are involved with the system, but let's say, Mr. Horner, you have a grandson, and your grandson, your daughter notices behaviors and things, and they're concerned. They come to the Juvenile Court Services office, and they express to some of us what their concerns are. Based upon that, my people will know, do we need to issue a drug screen? We do a drug screen. That child is positive for fentanyl. Your grandson only has commercial insurance. Your daughter and her husband know where to get inpatient alcohol and drug treatment? Do they know where that they can get that child detoxed, which is required by every inpatient alcohol and drug treatment for a juvenile before they will take that juvenile in? Would they know that? I wouldn't if I didn't work in the system, but luckily my people do. Do you know that in the state of Tennessee, there are very few inpatient alcohol drug treatment programs that take commercial insurance? They can't find a place with their commercial insurance. What are they going to do? How are they going to get the assistance? Guess what? My probation officers know and will assist them even though that child does not have a criminal charge or involved with the court system. We will assist them in getting a grant bed and getting that child into treatment, because that's what juvenile does. We work for every juvenile in Hamlin County, not just for those that are involved with the juvenile court system. We work for every juvenile. And based upon that, one lady, the raise that I'm asking for is 5%. That's it. I'm not coming and asking for an additional 10, 15, 20% raise for these ladies, on top of possibly the COLA raise that the county may give this year. I'm asking for less than $12,000 for all three ladies. I'm not asking you for a dime for myself. I'm asking for at least less than $12,000 for all three ladies, for you all to show these ladies how much you respect and appreciate all they do for the future of our county, because juveniles are the future of our county.
Have any questions?
I'd like to make a comment, if I may.
Yes, Ms. Green.
You're one of the most knowledgeable folks I've listened to for a while. Thank you for your determination. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you, ma'am. I've been doing this for 32 years. 26 of it has been right here in this position, that prior to my filling this position, the longest anyone was in the position was 3 years. And I've gave the county 26 years.
Anyone else have a question? Stoddard, we appreciate you coming today and appreciate what all you do. Thank you very much. We will now move to Ms. Teresa West, please. Will you come forward? It will be tab 24 in your book.
So I think at the end of the day, my budget was gonna stay the same, except I'm asking for one full-time employee for criminal and circuit court. It's gotten to the point that we just can't do it with the one employee back there that we've got. We've got 2 criminal court judges now that hold court 6 months out of the year, and then 2 circuit courts that hold court 6 months out of the year. So whenever they're here, they're just generating work constantly, making it very busy office. There needs to be someone trained to go to court. Whenever I'm sick, I don't ever plan to be sick, but I think somebody needs to be able to do that whenever I'm not there. I've got somebody trained, or training them, and hopefully, because I go to every session of criminal court. When the judges are in session, they generate a lot of work that they just can't do anymore by themselves. I take a lot of work home with me. I do a lot, but you know, it's come to the point that I just need an extra employee back there. The chancellor ordered that we take all uncontested divorces now in circuit court. So that's what we're doing in the circuit court, extra. And then they gave us recovery court and mental health courts. They've been added. We've added a scanning program it's just really good. We don't have to go to archives as much, which is at another building. We just are able to get it on the computer if it's scanned, and then email it to whoever it goes to. I've tried to work with the staff I have, but I just need another full-time person added to that. Our cost collection department that we opened up several years ago has exceeded all expectations. We collect a lot of costs and fines that wouldn't have been collected without that designated department. They collect a lot of criminal court costs on that too. And I can get those statistics for you if you'd like those too, but if anyone has any questions, I'm here to answer anything.
I got one question. What are you paying the new employee? What is her salary?
$15 an hour.
$15 an hour, okay.
And I would love to pay more, but
Well, sure.
that's what, everybody started at, so until everyone gets a raise, I feel like I have to start them at fair.
I've got a question. Once you said these judges added extra stuff onto you, I assume they sent no money with it.
No money or no employee.
Any other questions for Ms.?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. This time, we are going to take a 5-minute bathroom break, and we'll be back shortly. Budget Committee back to order. We'll touch on one item here, general sessions tab 25-26. Judge Collins and them are not going to be here today because they've withdrew. They were asking for an extra position. They feel like they want to wait until the Justice Center is open to make sure that that position is needed. So good thinking on their part, and I appreciate that. This time we will go to Kathy Terry, Clerk and Master's Office. Come forward, please.
I'm a short timer. I have 44 days left, and I will be retiring.
Congratulations.
So Teresa Carey, my right arm, is going to be taking over the position as clerk and master on July 1st. So we're tag teaming today, since I've got to ask for it, but she's got to live with it. So we have not made a whole lot of changes in our budget. We are a pretty small budget, and we are pretty self-sufficient. One thing that we did have to increase is our jury and witness expense. For some reason, people are more cantankerous these days than they used to be. And so we didn't used to have a whole lot of jury cases in Chancery. Thankfully, we get our jury lists from Teresa over in Circuit, so we are very grateful for that. But we are anticipating more jury cases next year, so we thought we better increase that line item. We do everything now paperless in my office. We are an e-filing office. We do not keep paper folders, of any kind. The only paper we use is to make copies for people who come to the office. So our postal charges are down because we e-file everything. Our printing, stationery, and forms are down. What is that? Yes. So those lines all came down. One thing that did go slightly up was our maintenance agreements, because everything's going up these days. So that's for our web page and our printer and our copiers and stuff like that. Other than that, I think we're good. Office supplies are down because we don't really have to order them anymore. So it's kind of a crazy world we're living in. It's all virtual. So does anybody have any questions?
What makes you anticipate more jury trials next year?
Because it's so cantankerous out there. They used to settle stuff. Yeah, but now we're used to, when they would schedule a jury trial, they would always settle before it went. So we would just sort of hold tight and wait. But this past year, we've had to run a 3-day jury trial, which is weird, and another jury trial. So coming up, we've already got some scheduled.
Do one later in the year, then we anticipate.
But maybe they won't go, and then we won't have to use that money. That's what we can hope for.
Anyone else? Sure do appreciate you coming. Wish you all the luck in retirement and all the luck in your new position.
She'll do great. Y'all won't even notice I'm gone.
Thank you very much. No, we got one more after you, Mr. Barry. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, I've got 2 budgets now to inherit. So the first one, y'all tell me how you want to go. We got the work release and then the probation.
Well, let's go with probation, tab 31 first.
Okay, as you all know, we've started Hamlin County probation. I brought my first officer on in November 1st. We were waiting on to move to the Justice Center and to get started. We had to go ahead and go. We brought one on November 1st, tried to move her into my office. If you've been in my office, it's kind of round peg, square hole, trying to get a desk in there, but we got her in. We started taking cases prior to November 1st. Judge Collins came to me and asked me if I could handle some cases. Our current probation service, or the probation service at the time, was having some issues dealing with the caseload they had. We had a bunch of people. They were down some officers and they couldn't handle what they had. So I started taking on, driving on revokes, no driver's license, simple stuff that we can monitor. Once they paid their fine and cost off, they were off probation. So we didn't have to do a whole lot with those. Time goes on, they were having more struggles out there, so he started sending us Class A's, DUIs, things of that nature. We got in a bind, had to bring a probation officer on in November to help with that. Still, we were struggling. We were waiting to move. Finally, well, Amanda, of all people, we were in a meeting one day, and Amanda come up with it. It wasn't for her, we wouldn't be started now. She came up with the idea of the house over here that Blaine Construction's using, so we met with them, and so we're now upstairs there, and Blaine's downstairs. We brought 3 probation officers on at that time. They've been full-time since March, I guess, the first week of March, so a couple months they've been working now. Each one of them's caseload is right at 300, okay?
300 per.
Yes, yes, ma'am. What we've done, Judge Collins, as people were coming to court on violations and charges that they were on with ETHRA, he would transfer their probation to us, taking them off ETHRA's caseload. ETHRA got down to 3 probation officers in our county, so they were having issues meeting these people. So he would take them off their program, put them on with us. A month ago, maybe a little shorter, he wrote a general order transferring all of ETHRA's people to Hamlin County probation, all their caseloads. In the meantime, ETHRA went down to 2 probation officers. Now they currently have 1 in our county. They have 1 probation officer, which us taking their caseload didn't affect that. That was other issues. Had we not done what we done, we would really be in a pickle now because they only have 1 officer. And they were trying to cover court and see people with 3. It wasn't going to work with 1. So if we'd not been where we are now, we'd really be in a mess, more than what we're in now. So I've got the 3 on the Hill with a clerk with them. In my office now with the work program, we got me and Tammy, and then Dawn came on, and Dawn's job now is molded into accepting all these people from ETHRA, process them through our office, and then send them up on the Hill to see probation. We've not got all the ETHRA people yet. There's 1 probation officer. We haven't got her people. We haven't got all the out-of-county people back. So there's a number of people that are on probation here that were seeing ETHRA that lived in other counties, and they transferred their probation out. So Judge Collins is bringing those people back also. So we got to bring them in from other counties. So we get some Jeff County, Granger County, Greene County, surrounding counties that the people lived in. We're looking at about 300, 400, 500 more, I guess, that are out there that we're going to have to intake. Plus, court still goes. We got new people coming through. Court doesn't stop. It still goes 4 days a week. We have not yet got Judge Pearson, and we haven't yet got Judge Duggar. And I don't know what those 2 are going to do. I met with them a couple of times, so they're still kind of hanging tight till we get settled, I think, for us. So that's essentially where we are now. They're up there. They meet. They work every day. They got people lined up from court and trying to assimilate the ETHRA people. So that's where we are.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Is this, obviously, is better that ETHRA's out of the picture now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's better for the court.
Right.
I mean, Judge Collins had issues with them. I didn't really have them. I had some.
I've had issues with it.
Yeah. I've had some, in my office. Just people not completing, getting off where they were supposed to, orders expiring, things of that nature. And I don't know what Teresa's had with people getting off that, paying costs and fines and things of that nature. But I've had some issues with them on the community service end, on the rehab end, things of that. Judge Collins has had the most of the issues with him, and I understand why he did what he did, and I saw some stuff that was going on. So he did what he had to do, I think, at the time.
Mr. Richards?
How many cases can a person handle without dropping a ball somewhere?
Legitimately, I would say 200 or less.
Sort of.
Yeah, I'd say 200 or less. And that's really supervising somebody. I mean, that's without, hey, how you doing? See you later, bye. Hey, because there's things that's going on. I mean, you got to look at, you got the drugs issue. We're doing drug testing all the time. We got people failing drug tests. We toured we toured Helen Ross a couple of weeks ago. I took the probation officers over there. We toured their CSU unit. We toured their IOP. So we're trying to get a system to where the whole thing is trying to keep people out of jail, and the drug issue. So they're failing drug tests or none of these things. We can set them up with IOP, send them up with an assessment. We're trying to do all that with the drug abatement stuff. And so it's a lot of work. I mean, it's not just, hey, how you doing, say you bye type thing. Some of these things, and some of these people have some major issues. And we got to work through those.
Thank you.
Ms. Howell?
Yes, sir, thank you. So really, most of this is personnel.
For the most part, yes.
of your budget.
Which way most of it, I think,
Yes, sir.
always is.
Now, some of the people I would imagine, I guess what I get concerned about is your hours of operation. You know, some people might start at, noon, and what do you call those shifts? Anyway, the point is, and they might get off at 6 and you're not there.
Well, what we done in the house, our people work 8 to 4:30, 8 to 4, every day. On Thursday, they stay late, they stay till 6.
Okay.
So that covers, in my brain, it was covering people that went in second shift, and they could come in before they went to work. So Thursdays are late night, 6 o'clock.
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Green?
Quick question. I noticed you've got 9,400. Your salary, I'm assuming that's on top of the proposed salary increases for the county that they're asking for?
Now, which,
$9,400.
for the probation officers?
Salary supplement, no. It's $9,140.
For me?
Yes, that's who I'm assuming. It says
Yeah,
Dawn and
if it's-
Tammy.
Yeah, for me, it would be, I guess, the stipend for paying to take on that program over and above the other program I'm doing.
Okay. And if I'm adding it correctly, the probation officers start at $39,000 a year?
Yeah, it was $20 an hour, whatever the math is.
Now, that's just their pay. That's not their benefits on top of it, correct?
Yeah, right.
And what do you make now, out of curiosity?
I don't
Benson?
have an idea right now.
Oh.
Honestly, I do not know. After we've been through all this, I could not tell you what I make a year.
Getting personal.
Honestly, I cannot tell you. I just
I'll
show up
ask
and
you
do what
why.
I do.
I'll ask you why
Yeah,
if
now
I
she
know
may
how to
know,
find
but
out.
I could not tell you. I show up and do what I do and go to house.
Okay.
Hope my phone don't ring.
Okay.
Hey, Don, when you go out there to find one of your fellows there and he's breaking probation, do you actually have to put him in the car and lock him up and take him back to
Well, I
jail?
have in the past. I don't try not to do that no more. I'm kind of
But
old.
What do you do if you done something wrong?
We violate. We do a warrant. We go before Judge Collins, swear to a warrant, turn that warrant in the sheriff's department, and then they go pick them up.
But that's the second run, right? If you went the first time and wasn't there, then you have to come back?
Oh, yeah.
and
I mean,
warrant
the sheriff's
them, go back
department does
there?
all the warrant service. I used to do that. I don't do that no more. I don't get back up like I used to.
Yeah.
One question.
Yes.
I understand this program is struggling, financially maybe, but who's in charge of collecting the fees and getting them turned in?
Well, the way we've set it up, probation officers are, of course, upstairs. I have a clerk. As soon as they walk in the door, they see a clerk sitting downstairs, and they will pay that clerk. We take money orders only. That's all we take. It's $45 a month. They will pay her. She'll receipt the money, turn it in into a lockbox. We will go up, usually Dawn does it. We'll go up 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. She will balance that out. We'll make a deposit in the trustee's office. I think right now fees were north of $33,000 we've collected so far. And that's at the end of end of April. We don't have May's numbers yet.
If y'all recall, last year when we opened up this program, Judge Collins obviously initiated this idea, and we brought forth, he just explained that we were going to have to do something, but we used $150,000, I believe it was, from opioid abatement money to get the program off the floor. Now, that said, we expect this program to self-sustain. It is not there yet. However, we need to give it time to operate and actually see how this goes. But we do expect it to be a self-sustaining program. In other words, fee-based, it'll take care of itself.
I think so. I think Mayor Britton and Judge Collins went to Sevier County, and I think that's where we got the base from, was Sevier County. How they do, what they do, and all that stuff. I met with my counterpart over there afterwards with Miss Ida, and I saw how they done their thing. And they do their receipting basically the same way we do, just to get through the audit and all that type of stuff. So that's basically where the numbers have come from, is Sevier County and how they do it.
I would think the commission would like to have a number, the breaking point. I mean, how many cases have you got to do to break it even? You don't have to do it today. Just sometime, to.
Don, how many probationers do we have, do you think?
Oh, gosh, it's north of 500 people on probation. Yeah.
With that number, once all this gets on board, I feel like, it'll all settle out.
I think it will. I think because you've got But you gotta look at those numbers too. You're gonna have some you're gonna violate. You got some that are in drug rehab. You got some that are in jail still waiting to get out because they got a consecutive charge. They were on for a DUI, for example, got a new charge while they was on, got a new DUI second. Judge Collins puts them in jail for the first DUI. They get back out and they start the second DUI on probation. So, you know, there's consecutive cases that kicked into there. So behind the numbers, there's a lot of things. But we can break a report down for you and give it to you and present it to the commission.
Ms. Green?
Quick question. You said, if I didn't misunderstand you, you'd collected 33,000.
Yeah, right
Was that
at-
for 24
Yeah, that was
up
in-
to now?
That's at the end of April. That was our total that the trustee's office gave me, was like 33,000 and something.
Okay, quick
That doesn't count this month.
Do you have quite a bit of what I call uncollected fees there? And do you forecast being able to pick
There's
any
gonna be
of that
some,
up?
of course, and those will be the violations and the people in rehabs and things of that nature. Usually if they're not paying fees, they're not doing the other stuff too. Not coming to see you, they're not doing all the other stuff they're required to do. We're not gonna, you know, I mean, it's just the reality of it. Because, you know, some of the population we're dealing with too, you know, we got a lot of drug addiction, we got a lot of things going on out there that we,
Any forecast about what you think's uncollected that we might have a shot at?
not at this point, I don't know. But we're just a month into this, or 2 months into it.
Thank
I'm
you.
not real sure. But now, I don't care to do reports and give them to your monthly packets and to your county commission meetings, or however y'all want to do. I'm good with that.
Does anyone have any other questions? Appreciate everything you do, and thank you
Yes,
for
sir.
coming
Well, thank
today.
you.
Did we do 37?
The other budget?
Oh, yes, excuse
I don't
me,
think
I
have
forgot
anything
about
extra
that.
on it.
Forgot about that. I apologize for that. Be tab 37.
Where Brooks?
Because that's the increase.
Oh, domestic violence class?
Yeah.
No. I was waiting on the question. I'm waiting on you. Thanks, Amanda, for the question. Domestic violence class, what we're doing with domestic violence and Stepping Out teaches that certified domestic violence class. Judge Collins, what he will do, he will put, he will require, if it's a domestic assault and meets certain standards in his mind, he will require them to do the 26-week domestic violence class. It's a certified class. So what we've done, we broke it up. The people in jail, he will allow to take the class while they're in jail, and he will give them jail credit to take that class. So like for every class, he gives them so many days off their sentence that they take. So we bring them up 1 day a week, and they do the class. They also, if they don't finish the class while they're in jail, they go to Stepping Out and pick up where they left off. Of course, probation will monitor that if they don't finish it. But we pay Stepping Out for the cost of that class is who actually teaches the class.
Ms. Green?
I noticed you've got the GED program listed. Do you teach that as well while you're into it, sir?
We have GED class offered while they're in jail, while they're in custody. We've stopped that now till we move, essentially. We're in a bad situation now because we have to bring the inmates, of course, out of the jail, past free world people, up to the briefing room across from my office. So sometimes it's kind of hard to do that when you got, sort of criminal court going behind me and sessions court going at the front and bringing inmates down the hall. It's kind of hard. So we've kind of chilled on the GED class for a minute until we get moved over here. We'll have facilities to do it in. But we do, we've always offered GED classes to the inmates in the jail. And if they pass their GED and get out, they get their GED, then the judges give them jail credit for that also.
Well, they've got a
Try
better
to get 'em out.
chance. They've got a better chance of doing well.
A lot of these programmings, because we still funnel people. We have drug court, we have jail to work, we have all these other programs that this budget is trying to funnel people to. And the whole goal is trying to make them a little bit better on the way out they were when they went in,
Amen.
so they don't come back. That's
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Ms. Howe?
Yes, sir. I didn't realize, so there will be a dedicated room for class or conference or something when these programs do come into the jail?
yes, ma'am. I hope so. That's the
He
plan.
did. He
That's
did.
the plan. Each floor has their own little
Oh, okay.
thing, and
Okay.
We can actually take the teacher to them instead of them to the teacher.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Be a whole lot more secure.
Thank you for coming today.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for all you do. We will move to the EMA now, tab 38. Mr. Bell?
Sir. Couple changes. I think we're kind of a washout. We are looking at increasing the assistance pay. I don't know, Amanda, did you include what we sent over from the other counties in their packets? Just the budget, okay. We surveyed Anderson County, Greene County, Cumberland County, Loudoun County. Of course, those have similar populations. As far as the EMA assistant, when we looked at those positions, we made sure they were comparable to the assistant that what DREMA does now currently in our office. Anderson County, a population of 80,000, the salary was 45,000. Greene County, 40,000. Loudoun County was right at 36,000. Cumberland County was 38,000. We currently sit at 33,700. So I'd recommended an increase to try to get her in line with some of the others of $3,000. We also were looking, because of the events, this year was the first time we'd paid the EMA comparable to other counties. We're the only one that had volunteers left anymore, so that was approved in your budget last year. We ran some numbers based on events. We were looking to increase that 500. The TACN, I think you've already talked Sheriff's Department, you're aware of that. The LTE has come back and we're responsible for that. Our communications budget need to be increased to compensate for that, not the full amount. We're going to try to absorb. We've been fortunate. We've not had to replace any of those TACN radios. If we do, I barely have enough in that line item to cover one radio, but the guys have been taking care of them well. We did have our assistant, because her husband was able to get a better job. She moved her children onto his insurance, which took her back to individual only, which basically, you'll see at the bottom, was a washout from last year. I'll entertain any questions.
Anyone have any questions? I've got one that I was asked by someone in the county. I guess, and this is sort of off base, but I guess it was TEMA. Who is responsible if Hamlin County has a road that was taken out by the flood, that they could be funds provided for that?
There's a lot packed in that question. Number one, is it a declared disaster by the federal government? Yes or no?
Would Ewing Road be a disaster, declared disaster?
A road, yes. If it was related to Helene, we had a federal declaration, yes, that would be included in funds but that's got to go back through the road department but we could request funding as we have for the culvert and some work that Mike can probably speak to better than I can out there on Spencer Health.
We can address that then whenever Jeff does his. I told him I'd ask that question.
Without more information, but there is funding available for that, yes.
Yeah. Any other questions? Mr. Bell, thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
We will go to Mr. Wise Carver. We'll be in tab 57. Thank you for coming, Mr. Wise Carver.
Going over your all sanitation, right?
Yes.
First thing that we've got on there would be overtime that we went up on. Reason being there is back in COVID, they let them go home early. And they didn't have no overtime because if they did it, where they was getting off, they didn't count it as overtime, so they didn't get no overtime. Now that they're staying all day, they are getting overtime on when they work over holidays. So that's the reason we increased that.
And on 57, prove that.
Which line is he on? I'm sorry.
It's the third page over in tab 57 before I found it in mine.
Oh, okay, thank you.
What tab, Ed?
Dodie, please repeat.
It was the third page over.
Number 187 on page, under tab 57.
Yeah.
Third page over.
Been a long day, Jeff. You're gonna have to be specific, but.
I've been up since 2 o'clock.
Oh, it's been a real long day for you.
I hate to ask you, but just highlight that one more time.
To it yet.
Highlight that one more time. I hate to ask you, but.
Okay, back in COVID, Barry let them go home early when they got done with the route.
Yes.
So if they'd worked overtime on, say, a holiday or something, they didn't get overtime pay. They got just regular pay for it, because they wasn't working over. When we went in, we started making work till all day. So now we got to increase the overtime pay. The only pay that he put in, I think, was like $7,000 or something, and that was actually for the mechanic. To work over time on the trucks, that was for the garbage mechanic.
So by not letting them go home, then it's costing us $11,000 more dollars?
It's going to cost. The overtime's just like, been up since 2 o'clock today. We had 19 trees in the road last night. That's going to put us back a week and a half to 2 weeks. It's going to set us back. If we don't let them do some overtime to get caught up, we're going to be back all summer. We're going to be in a hole. So we can't really predict the overtime that we're going to get.
Question, sir. Is the overtime for what I call the highway crew or sanitation, darling?
We're working on sanitation right now.
Okay.
That'll be for the sanitation department plus the mechanic in there.
Any other questions?
It was my understanding, I have one question. It was my understanding when I read the auditor's report last year that they were being paid for the entire, what I call daily schedule, that the only difference was the time wrote down and the time they were leaving was in question, but they were being paid as a full-time employee. So I'm just curious if the way I understood the auditor's report, if it was wrong or if I'm looking at this wrongly. So please clarify for me.
They was getting off early. They was probably getting paid for the full time. So they didn't get paid for any overtime that they've done.
But they were they paid for the full day and this is just overtime?
This here, what we put in here is just for overtime.
So, like, sheesh, I'm like you. So the overtime is like when you have a storm or something
Overtime
breaks
where we
out.
get behind,
Like last night, trees were down and,
trees was down, and you know how bad our garbage trucks are.
yeah.
So like the other day, a guy had his garbage truck tore up, and we ended up sending 4 spares.
Right.
We'd send one, he'd work 30 minutes, tear up. We work an hour and a half, tear another one up. We use 4 trucks to get that one route done. So that mechanic's got to stay.
Yes, sir.
And get something ready for the next day. So some of that's, for the mechanic getting truck ready for the next day.
Yes, sir. Okay.
That will come out of this
Yes, sir.
overtime too.
Goodness.
Any other questions on this one? move to tab 59, Highway Fund 131. Yes. Let's go back on sanitation. Sorry about that. Tab 57. We need to discuss the tipping fees. Apologize for that.
Where are you at on the tipping fees, please, sir?
That's on that last page where we
Be
All
on
right,
the-
thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Be on next to the last page. 359.
Thank you, thank you.
359,
Thank you.
line 359. Can you go over that with us? Chris?
Yeah, I can do that.
Here, excuse me.
Yesterday, Solid Waste Board meeting, that will be a discussion that they'll take up very soon as far as what they may be looking at. I think they are going to have to discuss an increase in tipping. We don't know to that level just yet, but they have needs out there that aren't being met as well. Capital needs with equipment, the landfill expenses. There's things coming down with regulations, I understand. It's called forever chemicals, and it may come in, and if that hits, and it hits Marshtown Utilities, those fees go up, and obviously it goes down. You don't want to create solid waste. It has to be handled and taken out of state. So there's going to be some things that they have to look at as far as the solid waste system and how they do that. Because of that, tipping fees may very well be increased. Finance Director Amanda here has thought of that and has actually placed in our budget an idea of the increase. She's put $300,000 in there, and that's just an estimation of where we think it might go and how it would affect our county. Does that help? Any question?
So there may be some stuff that we have to take out of state to a certified
what?
landfill. There may be some chemicals or something then that.
Well, we
possibility.
don't know, yes, and this is regulation that they're hearing that may come down, and it'll roll downhill, and if it's in the ground, and it has to be, it's called the leachate. When it leaks down and it goes into an inspection well, or, how that's handled, if it's discovered, it's there, and then they tell you have to deal with it, then you have to find a way to separate it, make it a sludge and haul it off, or you figure out a way to incinerate it. I mean, I heard a great idea actually in the last board meeting that counties around us invested in an incinerator. If that were to come down here, it might be the best answer to work together with several counties and invest in this type of incinerator where you don't have a solid waste sludge, hazardous waste sludge that you have to deal with, a byproduct or at the end of the day. It all depends on some of these regulations coming down.
Okay.
That said, just operating costs alone, capital needs of the Solid Waste Board, there's very likely, they're looking at what they may have to do.
All right, does anybody have any other questions?
Mr. Chairman, can I just add something to what Mayor said? With incinerator, if that were to come through the Solid Waste Board, it would create an income from other counties, bringing to our county. So but it all hinges on what comes down the pike as far as what we can and can't do with the chemicals. So
I don't have anything to address about the fees there, but Jeff, you might want to talk about your garbage truck. And if you look on the first page of tab 57, towards the bottom, this is the revenue in 44110. there's $500,000 there of investment income. Right now, interest rates are holding steady, and our interest income is up enough that I feel like we can move $500,000 from what debt service we'll be getting this year into sanitation, and that would cover the cost of this this new garbage truck. And Jeff feels like with that, one more garbage truck, and Jeff, you
Yeah, if y'all
jump in
want to-
here.
Well, that's a, y'all wanna look into getting another sidearm garbage truck. We've looked into it, and that's what Matt is talking about now. The one we've got ordered, it's going on 3 years,
Yeah.
and we still have no idea when it's a-coming. Last we heard, they said July, and then they had 2 weeks, mid-July, and then they had 2 weeks to go over it and inspect it and all that before we could get it. But I heard that last year, so the last we heard, it was coming up middle of July, and then they'd have 2 weeks to go over it. But I'm not gonna count on it till I see it. But that's been 3 years, so if we order another one, I have no idea when it's coming in. You're looking at least a couple of years, probably.
I think I would highly recommend not to order another one from this company.
We're looking into another guy, and he's
Yes.
promised some stuff, but I don't know that it will pan out. But if it does, it will be way sooner.
Has the one you ordered been paid for?
It should have been paid for till we get it, shouldn't it? It'd be allotted out, but it would be. Yeah.
It's a lot more expensive than that.
We won't pay for it till we get it, but it's already reflected out of the fund balance. We have a PO, so that's our commitment.
Purchase order, yeah.
The other new
Question,
one, the other
please.
new one that we bought just here recently, a rear loader, when are you supposed to receive it?
The other ones that we got was the brush truck, and it's working now. The rear loader that you're talking about, it went in service yesterday.
Yesterday.
Okay, good.
Okay. Good. Ms. Green?
Quick question. What you're talking about ordering again would be what I call the one-armed bandit?
Yes.
All right, let me ask a red question, because Commissioner Howell and I have discussed it at length. The way I was told, it goes down one side of the street, then it has to come back up the other. In other words, double on that one street to do the job, where they used to take the one in the back and do it in one scoop. Am I wrong?
No, that's the way that's doing it.
Okay, I'm just curious why we didn't understand that when they presented, because to me, that's double fuel.
Yeah, but the city says it's faster. When they did it, they said it's faster. Plus, what we're getting into, I've hired 3 people for garbage, well, 4. I hired 3 people for garbage. None of them showed up for work. Not the first day. We talked to another one this week, tried to get him hired, and he told me we started work too early.
What time do you start work, out of curiosity?
He said we started work too early, so he didn't come. So we're still looking, but it's getting harder and harder to find somebody.
There's also a safety
That's exactly.
hazard there, 'cause I don't know how many times I've been going up the road and meeting a trash truck head-on, sitting loading garbage on the wrong side of the road, so I think that'd be a hazard.
How many have you had hit this year?
We've had one hit down there on 160. But just luckily, he had just got off the truck and reached over and got the garbage can, and he hit right beside of him.
Do they wear safety vests, out of curiosity, and what they require for the towing and the other businesses to wear, to be visible?
They used to wear orange shirts, and you can't see them in the shade, I didn't think. So
Okay.
now I have changed uniforms, which you've probably seen them. They've got the stripes on them. So
Okay.
now they either wear the vest or they wear these shirts with the stripes on them. Because I changed everything.
Thank you.
Any other, Ms. Howell?
Yes, sir, thank you. The one-armed guy comes by and gets out, we're in the city, and it is lickety-split. And there's just, you can see the driver through the window, and it is quick and safer. And the weather matters not. Thank you.
It's a
Any
matter of
other-
seconds and one
Good
person.
point.
Yeah, yeah.
Good point.
Any other questions?
But you can't get the trucks.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to tab 59.
Go get it for me. Or we have to call them to come get it.
Call.
3 years.
Malone's. Malone's. County official went to $800-900. Kind of page over pulling a bus in.
What tab, isn't it?
59.
First thing we got on it is that, communications. We're asking for $8,000 for a radio. That's so we can have contact with the, sheriff's department and, volunteer fire departments and stuff. We used to have radios in every truck, and then we got where we didn't have them. And then I had a radio where I worked with all the surrounding county police departments with K-9s. But now that Morristown has went in and switched the frequency and went to new radios, Granger County and all of them don't work for this radio. So the radios I've got now don't work with Hamlin County. But when we go out, just like this morning, it would have been handy for me to have in contact with the sheriff's department, see how big the tree is, if I need to send a backhoe, or if I can just send 2 men or whatever. The storm we had here a while back, when the roof blowed off the East Ridge building, they was hollering at us to come, they'd call. We had several trees down. And the volunteer fire departments helped us, which is good. They're really helping us out a lot. But what we was doing, we'd be on Greenbrier Road and getting the tree, and we know another one's down up here on Cedar Creek. And we load up and come to Cedar Creek where the fire department has got that one. And now we have to go to another one, and we're just crossing each other.
Yeah.
And where we don't have contact, it would be more helpful to us to have contact where we can work together. So that's the reason that's in there. We have talked about moving some of the bills. We talked to Amanda about this, see if y'all want to do this. The garbage department has not paid for anything up there. We pay for the light bill, we pay for everything, and it comes out of the roadside. And when I was asking her if we couldn't go in there and divide some of this stuff through the garbage and the road, well, the power bill, electricity, water bill, we can't split that. Instead, it just all coming out of the roadside. So that's what some of this is about, where it says asking to move it over.
Mr. Long, he's lost me, so where is he at?
He's on,
Please.
he's on tab 59. It would be,
That's where I'm at, but I haven't found it, so.
probably be the 4th page back.
The 415 down there at the electricity and
The radio was 307, and then he's talking about 415 right now, and 442.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So how do we get this, so simply by putting it on this sheet of paper, does that mean we're moving it to sanitation and you'll get the money from them, or how?
yes, it'll be split.
Okay.
Peggy, when we get the invoices, instead of paying them all out of highway, we'll pay half out of sanitation and half out of highway.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
What do you do on the shop? Do you charge, like, if there's a dump truck sitting there and a garbage truck sitting there, how do you all split that? You don't?
We don't. Just whatever parts we order, we put it on which trucks, but we don't split no time.
Why can't we do
You could come up there next week and drive around, and I'll have, the bays will be full of garbage trucks and 2 outside. I mean, 80% of what we're doing is garbage.
Garbage.
Do you split the towing and all that as well, out of curiosity?
Well, most of it's sanitation that we're hauling in.
Do you bid that job out of curiosity?
I don't think they did that.
Any other questions? We'll move to Fund 176. It'd be tab 62.
The 176 account will be, of course, all the paving, and we moved the patching and the rock and all that into that 176, plus I think now the state aid's actually supposed to go into 176, so Amanda could answer more of these questions than I can if you don't care.
So that's exactly right. We moved so that all paving, whether it's state aid or county funded, will all come out of the Highway Capital Projects Fund. Because there is a 2% match, is that right? For state aid projects. So, and the, if you go over on tab 62 to the second page, you'll see there's that hot mix, it's on line 404, and the crushed stone is in line 409. That $365,000 is being covered by investment income. If you flip back over to the page in front of that, you'll see that in the revenue section. So every bit of wheel tax money is being spent for paving. No prep. Just paving, and that includes state aid projects as well as non-state aid projects. But that's what we moved enough investment income last year so that covers the crushed stone and the hot mix.
Question for you. You said that covered state aid as well, so, being that we get state aid money to take care of those state aid roads, do we get to put any of that back in there?
Put it all in there.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank
You
you.
just got to match, you got to pay the 2%.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Miss Amanda.
You're welcome.
Any questions?
And I think, I'm sorry, I
Go
don't
ahead.
mean to talk too much.
No, go ahead.
So I'm in the budget, let's see. My, 250, there's $450,000 in highway construction that you already budgeted for some paving projects, I believe. Right, Jeff? So that is in that fund balance total of 1.8 million. So what you're seeing, 1.8 million, that's outside what you've already budgeted. Right.
Comment, please, sir.
Yes.
It's good to see you today. Barry always took care of that. We do miss you at the road commission meetings, though.
Anyone have any questions on this? Well, I will say I'm seeing roads done. You know, we're not doing as much as I'd like to see, and I'm quite sure everybody in this room would say that, but I know the roads didn't get that way overnight, and we're not gonna get them corrected overnight, so just keep up the work on it, okay?
I appreciate it. We're going to as quick as you can. Also, it's something I wanted to do when we first got in, but we've had, of course, the hurricane damage, and hopefully we got all that stuff took care of last week. But we've been working on it ever since the hurricane, but we're going to start maybe surplusing some stuff out, get rid of some of these trucks. So that's something we want to look into, too. We just happen to have time.
Thank you, Mr. Wisecarver, for coming today.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
animal control
Control came in. We'd already covered that. I didn't know if you wanted to let him address anything, if there was any question.
You want to come to the podium?
You were not late. We just had a break and we moved forward, but I just thought since you're here, if there's any questions.
Go back to that.
Yeah, what page is that?
I'm Greg Winstead, if anybody doesn't know.
44? 44 is the tab.
I got a tab number? 44.
44.
44.
Do you have your budget in front of you?
I
or-
do not, sir.
Okay. Amanda, you want to highlight it? It looks like it's not much of an increase. I think we done went over it.
We have. It just basically, if you had any questions for our animal control officer. He's supervisor.
I do have one question, Chris. I know the county has updated their weapons. I've had mine for 5 years. We've only 2 officers, and I was hoping that we might be able to get a new weapon. I think it's after so many years, they update theirs. They have optical sights on their weapons, which will, hopefully I'll never have to use mine for anything, but it's for my protection all the way around being an officer. But you can go on target faster with that optical sight. And I can trade my other guns in, the other 2 that I have, toward a new weapon. And I kind of mentioned a little bit to Chris about it, but I didn't go in detail. That was the only thing I would like at some point, if we possibly could, to add that to. And you're looking at $1,000 per weapon, counting the optical.
I think so.
Yeah, the sheriff's
We'll have to-
department.
Yeah, we'll have to work through the sheriff's department with that and see what we can do. Get that presented.
Have you ever had to use your weapon?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I have for animals, of course, but it's also, I'm an officer, and I hope I don't even like doing that. But there's times I have to put animals down on the side of the road that are too injured. I'm not going to let animals suffer. And I did have an animal that attacked a lady fatally, caused her to have a heart attack and several injuries. And there was probably about 12 officers at this scene, and the dog charged at me, and I had to put the dog down.
Okay.
Is
Is
that
that
the,
Well,
that
the lady that
lives
out
there next to Old Wit Road? No, that was on Patricia Circle. That was
Okay.
actually inside the city.
You've not been here to defend yourself, but
I have not. The papers
you've,
put a- put
your
a few
officers
things
have
in
been
there,
out
too.
there.
Yes, I've been out there numerous times.
You've taken the dog and
I took 3 dogs from that location that done the attack and had them surrender them. I don't have the authority to take a dog except for in like a neglect case or abuse case, a dog that's vicious that has to go through the judge. And I actually got the people to surrender the dogs to the shelters, those 3 dogs, and they were put down. I was there and held the dogs while he put the dogs down. So that was done, and I think I wrote a couple $1,000 in fines. Had grand jury Monday morning for that case. So it's going into grand jury. I've been there several times at that location.
Thank you, Ms. Howe.
That's astounding to me that when you've got a dog chewing on somebody, that it's not instantly.
Well, there's a difference in somebody getting bit and mauled. That was a mauling. And that was presented in front of the judge, and of course, they moved it on to grand jury. Because he has the choice to do that instead of trying to see the case right there. And there's a lot more stuff going on with that, that I don't know what all was going on in that case, but we did take care of the dogs. The people have additional dogs. I don't know what's going to happen in grand jury, sometimes they'll make rulings where if people are not good pet owners, they won't allow them to have any dogs anymore for some period of time. That may end up being the case on this one, but I'll just have to wait and see what the judge does on that.
So I was a little confused because when I think of a dog attacking, I'm thinking of just drawing a revolver. I don't understand the need for a sight. I don't.
If somebody, I tell people, they always have the right to protect themselves in a scenario. You can't retaliate, but I prefer that they do something less lethal. I never tell anybody to do deadly force. That's a very last resort for anybody. If you can get away from a scene, get away from it, if all possible. If you can't get away and you're on the ground, or you're afraid you're gonna be on the ground or whatever, I don't have a problem. You can't go on their property and retaliate after the fact. But during that scene, you have all the right in the world to protect yourself.
Yes, sir. I guess, let me make sure I don't understand why you need a sight for, if a gun is on your hip.
If I'm at the scene and something's going on, I have the right to do that.
I understand that, but my
To
point
go
is.
back after the fact, and, no, I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
Yeah, me either. My point is, why do you need a sight? I think of that as a rifle.
Oh, a sight on my weapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
What
did-
it is, I have iron sights, and iron sights is what I have on my sight. So when I draw my gun on a target, it takes me a little bit time to
Okay.
line those sights up. This new sight they have, they're optical sights. They're not a red laser light that shoots out. It shows an optical, like an illusion inside a little round circle, and it's quicker to get on the sight. In law enforcement, the quicker you can get on target, the better you are. That's the only advantage of that, really.
It might be real convenient
It
if you
could be
had a
very
mad dog
convenient.
coming at you.
Oh, I agree. I
mean, I
think-
have a taser, and I've had to tase dogs, and I barely get it out of my holster in time to do that. You know.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Sorry, I didn't understand your question. I hope I explained it.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else, right quick?
I have one, please. Well, being that we have an agreement, you take care of the city and the county, what percentage of city are your calls that you run, and what percentage of them's county?
It's probably mostly city. Majority of, I say 60-40.
60% city and
City
40 is?
Yes.
Do you go before the city and ask for money?
No, that's into my budget. To my knowledge, they pay half of it.
That's correct. That's split between the Morristown City government and Hammond County.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here.
I appreciate it. I got one
All
more
right.
question to say. I don't work for the animal shelter, of course. They have limited space constantly. That's a major problem that this town has.
It's not
Because
mine.
when I can't bring anything in, a lot of times I can't. A lot of people get very upset with me, and I'm trying my best to work with them. They're trying to raise money, and I know there's motions
Yes.
in progress for them to build onto, and they've almost raised their money that they need, but you're still looking for construction time. So hopefully that'll help out when it, you know.
The
Here
commission-
lately, for some reason, I've been able to bring more dogs in. I don't know what the deal is.
Commission has set money aside to be matched, so I think
Yes.
they are, as the mayor informed us the other day, getting pretty close to that match. So maybe we can get something done there.
And any of you are welcome to call me anytime, and you got any questions, because a lot of people don't understand how they think I have ultimate control when it comes to animals, but I follow the law to a T.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Y'all have a wonderful day. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
First thing I'd like to say is, I'd like to thank everyone for being here today and being patient. We have moved through this, I think, at a great pace, and we've received a lot of information. May the 22nd, after the commission meeting, the Budget Committee will take up the sheriff's budget. At that time, after that, you will have before you all of the budgets that's been presented to us. We most likely will deliberate some of those items after the sheriff's budget. We will not deliberate the sheriff's budget at that night. So be looking over all your material that you've had. Understanding that we do need to have a budget in place as if there wasn't a reassessment. We're working on what tax revenue we would have, so keep that in mind. Is all minds clear?